We are broadcasting live.
So good morning, everyone. This is the council meeting for the town of Mono held on Tuesday, May 26, 2026. This meeting is being conducted both in chambers and by means of electronic participation as permitted in Section 238, subsection 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, and the town of Mono's procedural bylaw 2020-42. The meeting can be viewed contemporaneously or later on through the YouTube channel. We do have a quorum present, and just as a reminder, the emergency exits, if needed, are in the rear of the council chamber. Members are free to declare pecuniary interest at this point or at any point in the course of the meeting, followed up in writing to the clerk. And I'd like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the town of Mono resides within the traditional territory and ancestral lands that the Tiatante, Anararan, Haudenosaunee, and Anishinaabe peoples. We also acknowledge that the town of Mono resides within the treaty lands named under Treaty 18 of the Nottawasaga Purchase of 1818. These traditional territories upon which we live and learn are steeped in rich Indigenous history and traditions. It is with this statement that we declare to honor and respect the past and present connection with Indigenous peoples with this land, its waterways and resources. I have a motion that Council approves Agenda Session 10-2026 as circulated. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Manctalo and Elaine Cape seconds. Any discussion?
I do have a question, Your Worship.
Yes, go ahead.
There are two items on the agenda that are related. So the Cardinal Woods item under number 4, and then also on Schedule A, number 9. I believe they're talking about the same event.
No, the Schedule A is just the documentation that was provided to me upon request by the Ministry of Agriculture. It doesn't have anything to do with a specific event.
No, number 4.
Maybe I've got the wrong number. Number 9 on Schedule A is the recommendation by the Director of Recreation for a special events license.
Sorry, I'm not.
Sorry, number 9. Councillor Capes, if I may. Number
Yes,
9.
thank you.
Number 9 on Bylaws Correspondence New Business is the recommendation for the special events.
Yes.
Number 4 at 11:10 a.m. this morning is the Cardinal Woods Circle of Friends, and that's the
Yes.
presentation from the Circle of Friends group. And the delegation will occur, and then as we move through Bylaws Correspondence New Business, we'll hear from the Director of Recreation with respect to the special events license. So there's nothing on Schedule A with respect
No,
to.
that was my mistake. Thank you very much for pointing that out.
So yes, indeed,
I
there
just-
are two items in similar nature, but in normal process, council will hear the delegation, and then further on down, with no decisions made at the delegation, and later there'll
Okay.
be a discussion with respect to the Director of Recreation's report.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification. Sorry for the misdirection to Schedule A there.
No problem, Your Worship.
And can I just confirm that the agenda is reflecting the in-camera item that you circulated us on?
If council would be so inclined, I circulated that to the mayor to get John to amend the agenda.
I got no content. I was just asked if we could deal with an in-camera matter.
I'm asking that council amend the agenda to allow us to go in camera.
Okay. Are we agreeable to that? Any opposition to the motion as amended?
Thank you.
Motion is carried.
Thank you, Your Worship, so I do second that.
Thank you. And I have a motion to, the council approves the minutes of session 9-2026 is circulated. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Davey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any discussion? Seeing none, motion is carried. I have a proclamation. Whereas June is recognized as Pride Month in Canada and around the world as an opportunity to celebrate sexual diversity, promote equal rights, and build awareness of the challenges faced by the LGBTQ2S+ community. And whereas Pride Month is an opportunity to prevent discrimination and promote acceptance and inclusion of all, and to support the development of harmonious and respectful relationships amongst all members of our community. And whereas the town of Mono celebrates the diversity of our gender and sexual minority communities, including lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, or questioning two-spirit or more, and expresses a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion in our organization and our community. And whereas during Pride Month, we can all reflect on the progress made to recognize and protect the rights of the LGBTQ2S+ communities and the work that still needs to be done. Therefore, on behalf of Council, I'm proclaiming June 2026 as Pride Month in the town of Mono. Okay, that brings us to question period. Do we have any questions submitted in advance?
As of 4 o'clock last night, no. Andrew, did any come in overnight?
No, they did not.
So none online.
Anyone in the gallery with a question for us today? Come on forward.
Hello,
Hello. And just for the record, if you can give us your name and...
my name is Jenny Shaw, and I live in Mono. So my question is regarding the motion to be put forward by Councillor Melinda Davey, RE, the flag raising policy. This is a very disappointing motion, and the contradictory language that defines the goal of creating a safe municipality which fosters a spirit of community and understanding to enrich our collective quality of life makes my head spin. The reason for this decision appears to be the significant harmful divisive behavior.
Can I just suggest a direct question, and then I'm going to probably further suggest that this will be debated when the motion is actually put on the floor.
Okay, don't need to come back when that happens.
No, you're welcome to ask a question of any member of council now.
Yes, my question is.
Sorry, Jenny. Jenny, if you could use the mic, I didn't catch that.
All right.
Yeah,
Just press the
Push
button.
the button.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
It's like I'm in a spaceship. Oh, okay. Yes, that's much louder. Okay, so my question is why this motion was put forward and in the first place.
Well, any member of council can put forward any motion they wish.
Okay.
And I'll leave it at that, and if the mover of the motion wants to address the issue, she's more than welcome to. Or
Okay.
wait until the matter is debated.
Okay.
Either way.
Wait.
Well, I'm going to leave that to Melinda to decide.
Well, thank you for your question, and I appreciate your passion. And I think that where this comes from is within the motion, and so I was going to flesh it out, I suppose, during debate. But that there has been significant on the social media. We had to turn off our commenting, and this is the year 2 from having had some episodes last year when we raised various flags to really underscore that online and social media is really a place where there is an ugliness that we're trying not to foster. And so what I have suggested is that there are other ways to embrace and educate our community, and that the flag raising seems, it's not only here, but in many municipalities around, they're beginning to see that this is actually detrimental to the safety of the community groups. And that the other important point too, I think, is that there are so many community groups that there aren't enough days or months, because we seem to have, our policy seems to have been to put it up for a whole month. There aren't enough months for all of the different community groups. So I'm proposing that, that before this gets out of hand and too ugly, that we look for other avenues. So that's where it comes from. It comes from I don't know whether you're on the social groups, and it was pretty unpleasant at the beginning of May.
Would you like to join us for the actual debate of the
Yes.
motion?
Absolutely.
Okay. That will occur later on in the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good, thank you. Oh, I have to push this off?
Are there any other questions from the gallery? Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship. I didn't catch the name of the speaker because the mic was not working.
Jenny Shaw.
So it's
Jenny Shaw. Seeing no questions from the gallery, is there anyone online who has a question for us today? Seeing none, I'm wondering whether we can advance to our first delegation, Credit Valley Conservation request for a bylaw noise exemption. Good morning, and if we can get your name for the record.
Good morning, it's Yasmin Slater. I'm with Credit Valley Conservation. So we as Credit Valley Conservation, specifically Island Lake Conservation Area, have applied for an exemption from the Town of Mono's noise bylaw for 6 events/weddings for this coming year. I will refer to these as just as events moving forward, just to make it easier to communicate, but we're requesting relief from Section 3.1 and 3.2, Schedule A, Section 1A of the bylaw, which restricts noise and noise through amplified sound respectively. As a high-level overview of the breakdown of our events, we're requesting 2 live band performances, 1 charity race, and 3 weddings. The first event being July 1st and the last event being September 19th. All 6 of these events will have amplified music of varying type and location in the park. There may be noise heard by our adjacent neighbors for these events, hence our application. So all the specific details were put into the application, but I'm more than willing to provide more details if anyone has questions about those. As we have in the past, we have hosted and had the privilege to receive an exemption for several events, and we will be, like we have in the past, we will be monitoring sound levels at 4 points of reception. Those 4 points of reception are Purple Hill Trail entrance, the Island Lakes Trail entrance, on the Vicky Barron Lakeside Trail between Station 10 and 36, which is just on the kind of where Blue Heron turns curves. There's a section of trail right there, and our front gate entrance. So we would like you to consider our application, and if you have any questions, I'm more than willing to answer those.
Melinda?
Thank you very much. I had lots of questions, but now I have a new one just because you've given us that information, which I didn't appreciate from what I read. What will you be monitoring? Because we have debated so long and hard about this, we've taken out decibels and things. So in contrast to previous years where we gave you a number and you don't go over it, what would be your plan this year?
Yes, so through you, Mayor Creelman, to Councillor Davey, we are still planning to read with a decibel reader.
Okay.
And that will be, because we've had history with that, it's the same machine, nothing has changed. We were going to continue using the same machine to respect past agreements with that. And I know there has been debate and uncertainty about calibration and all of this, but we are still willing to use that as a tool for us to monitor it, and it's something not subjective, it's a definitive point that we can record and monitor.
So then a follow-up to that. why do you need the exemption? Because because the way that we have done things is that you're not to disturb people. You're not to make any kind of noise that disturbs people, whether it's the hooting and hollering from congratulating people at the wedding or the music dancing. It's if it's disturbing people. And so it requires a couple of people to make a complaint, right? That's written in there as well. So if you already have experience of what is a number with us, and that's a very good point, to be using the exact same machine, you've got a trend as opposed to whether it's an absolute number, right? So if you're going to be doing that, then you might just not, I mean, you can still go ahead with any events, right? Having these exemptions now, or this process of applying for an exemption is seeming to become problematic for us because you're where on the list are you of all of the, in that same neck of the woods, right? And I do note also that you've got 2 days back-to-back, 11 and 12, right? So it's one thing to say, well, it's only one day on a weekend, and, it's sporadic throughout the summer, but then, the neighbor with the other event center is having them on the other days, and so it's, I live there, it's every weekend, what are we gonna do, right? So my question is, have you considered the fact that the way our bylaw is now, that if you are really wanting to monitor and be good neighbors, you could have these events without an exemption?
Well, let's...
Yeah, I mean, just have you thought of that?
Yes, through Mayor Creelman, for you, Councillor Davey. We have considered what we would come to council with for an application. We've set some of our own guidelines internally because we have people that come in with a picnic comes in and they have a speaker, or like a handheld speaker or whatever. As long as we're not hearing it past our park lines, we're content with that. But the reason we decided to come with these events is because there's a chance that our adjacent neighbors may hear the sound. And we want to be respectful of our neighbors and work together and not just say, oh, well, we're kind of monitoring it, or we're monitoring it, but we didn't go or apply for an exemption knowing that we may disturb our adjacent neighbors.
Thank you.
Brett?
Well, I could just add to that, because I talked to Yasmin about this. In a technical sense, they don't need to apply for an exemption, as long as they're careful with the sound. But to be on the safe side, what I suggested to Yasmin is it's better to apply for the exemption. That way, the letters have gone out to all the neighbors, so they know these events are going to occur. They know they're going to be monitored. It's just safer to have the exemption in place.
Ralph, and then Melinda.
Thanks for coming here, I appreciate it. So what the exemption does is it gives you, or the people putting on the event, the right to be disturbing these particular hours. And we have in the past accepted that, I think, up to 5 o'clock as being our sort of cutoff point. And I'm wondering how you would consider that. There are two events here. One runs for 11 hours, another for 9 hours. So there's a potential for disturbing sound for that whole period of time. And to me, that seems likely excessive. And it would be more, I'd be more comfortable with this request if they all stopped at 5 p.m. And I'm wondering how you feel about that. You've asked for 11 hours of potential disturbing noise, and 1 and 9 for the other, which it seems to be a little bit much for a wedding.
Yep, through you, Mayor Creelman, to Councillor Matquillo. I put in the time that the music could start. So some of these 11-hour ones are weddings. So the guests arrive around noon and they play some music as they walk down the aisle. Then there'll be a break. So it's not a constant 11 hours. They want to play some music during their reception time. And from my understanding is that council went through the noise bylaw so that we'd eliminate the 5 p.m. and we have the freedom to apply for other times. So we're asking, a lot of these events that we have already are cutting off before 5 PM, but we do have a couple weddings that I would have come last year, like, if the noise bylaw didn't change, we would have come and asked for an exemption till 9 PM, just so that they could have their music playing past 5 PM into the evening for their reception.
Can I follow up to that?
Melinda and then Fred. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Just as a follow-up to that, we're hearing from the people around you that are being disturbed, and the message I'm getting is they don't want this every weekend, and so that if they can't deal with this a little bit better, then they're going to be asking council to do something like, say, let's have only 6 events maybe in the season or something like that. We don't do that at the moment. But I think that may be the direction that some people would like to go, for sure, and that probably would impact on you negatively.
Melinda?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. Yeah, I'm struggling with it. We spent, as I say, and everybody knows, the community knows, we spent an awful lot of time on this, and with the idea that, well, we could have exemptions. And you come to us today with something that isn't new. We knew, just like with the Orangeville Fair coming, we knew you were going to come, right? I mean, and so I find your small number of events reasonable. But it's the dovetailed with all of the other things that the planning of the full social calendar for the 3-month season that we have. I didn't anticipate that we'd be put in this position, because it is, well, my dates look okay, great, those dates, and then some other dates come, and then I look at the calendar and it's like, oh shoot, what have we done, right? So I do think that Councillor Mantalo has a point. One of the exemptions that we have given so far was that your event is going to go on for this long, but did you really need the music? Do we really need to know that we're going to be disturbing? Because the premise of giving an exemption is exactly that. Well, go ahead, you can now make a bunch of noise, which isn't what we want, nor is it what you're saying you're going to provide.
No.
But we're precedent setting here with a new, hopefully this bylaw is going to last for the 20 years like the last one did, right? I'm a little skeptical the way we're going here, but, and so we don't want to have a poor precedent. So one of the things that we were able to say with this one event was, well, you've got this going on and this going on, and then you've got this party part. So how about, how many hours is that really? So we'll give you the exemption for that, not for the whole day. And I just think that maybe that might be a little bit more palatable, because otherwise you really truly are showing that you are offering your wonderful facility for daytime events, which is in keeping with the whole conservation, and that they dovetail together until you have the after hours party, which you're not offering. But and so if somehow that could be modified, I would feel a little bit more comfortable with it. But I just want to express that it's not your particular events, it's the overarching idea of exemptions and what an exemption means that I'm struggling with.
Fred, and then I have some questions, comments.
I just was going to add, we use the word disturbing, and by the way, to make sure the audience understands, I don't have a conflict of interest. I've checked with the mayor. I sit on the board of Credit Valley Conservation, so I may have a bias, but I don't have a conflict of interest. And I've had phone calls from people who live on Blue Heron who are watching these proceedings, and I just want to point out, in the past, when CVC has been granted exemptions and they've monitored, the noise level at the Vicky Barron Trail has not exceeded 55 decibels, which is about the level of a conversation that could be heard. By the time you get to Blue Heron Drive, you barely can hear that noise. In fact, one year when they were doing the monitoring, they couldn't get a reading because someone on Blue Heron was cutting their lawn at the same time. So when we use the word disturbing, be careful. It's not, the sound is so minimal as long as CVC does the monitoring by the time it gets to Blue Heron that you can barely hear it. I just want to put that into the record, okay?
So I should start by giving my standard speech on these exemptions.
I think it's hers.
I put it on Do Not Disturb.
Do you want to go and Oh, it was,
I'm really sorry. I put it on Do Not Disturb.
it's one of the quieter phone rings, ringtones I've heard. This is not a debate about whether you can go ahead or not. We're not stopping you from entering into contracts with these people and holding an event. It is exclusively a question of whether or not we grant an exemption to our noise bylaw. I don't think personally we're in a position to tell either yourselves or the event center that you must only have X number of events in a summer. I don't think we have that authority, and I don't think that's our role. But what we can say is that we are not granting an exemption to the noise bylaw. So the event can go ahead, but people have to govern themselves accordingly. So I have 2 points. The circulation under your signature to the adjacent neighbors. Thank you for doing that, because that hasn't always been done, and you have done that. But it doesn't, in that letter, it doesn't specify the nature of the events. It only says 6 events in the course of the summer. I think that's a problem with our bylaw. It probably should say that the circulation should specify date, time, and nature of the matter being applied for as an exemption. The other question I had was, you raised the issue of people coming into the Island Lake with their own boom box and setting up somewhere and potentially being heard, and disturbing neighbors. And doing so in some of your areas that are supposedly electronic free. How do you police that? Do you police it?
Yes, thanks for the question, Mayor Creelman. We do. We have signs up that, we have an area that is no amplified sound, and we have security officers and supervisors on site. So if we do hear something, we do ask them to turn it off and explain to them like our own internal rules on that. When we have visitors come in, and like what I mentioned was we would allow, somebody comes in with a cell phone and they want to play some music at their table while they're picnicking or sitting on the grass with their family. Like, that's not really disturbing anybody else, But if somebody in the park does complain about somebody's music, if they're playing from a little, wireless, I don't know, speaker, if you want to call it, like the booms or whatever they're called, we'll go and talk to those people and ask them to turn it down. So we're respectful of everyone coming into the park, right? Not just our neighbors outside of the park. So does that answer your question?
I think you're addressing it as it occurs, I think.
Yeah.
And that's important.
All our picnics as well are like sent, when somebody books a picnic with us, they are sent a letter, and in that is all the rules of what can happen in the park. Like, we don't allow water balloons and confetti and all that kind of stuff as well. So we also mention about sound and amplified sound. So saying specifically that you can have a handheld speaker or anything more than that, you need to contact park staff for that.
And no kite streamers.
Yeah, yes.
I do have a motion which I'm going to read in a moment, and members are free to make amendments to it.
Can I just address, before you do that, the one comment you made about the letter I sent out? So the direction was that to provide information that we would be going to council. So I wasn't aware that I needed to include the event listings, which I would have if I had known that.
I confess that we're not clear as to what the expectation is, but I think letters notifying neighbors should have a little more information to indicate whether or not, basically describe the events, and then they make the decision to come to council to hear the delegation or not.
Okay, yep, I will rectify that for next time, yep.
That's our problem, not yours. Thank you for the circulation. Just to the issue of your noise measurement, I think that's a prudent thing to do, to the extent that if there is a dispute, as to whether there is noise that is of a disturbance level, you've got some pretty good evidence in the event the matter goes further to dispute somebody's statement that it is disturbing. 50, 55 decibel scale being exponential. It's not simply the conversation level volume, it's ambient noise. It's the noise in the wild, frankly. So is the wish of council that I read the motion as prepared?
I think so.
Okay. So I have a motion that we approve the issuance of a noise exemption permit pursuant to Bylaw 2026-8, noise bylaw to the Credit Valley Conservation to hold various events on July 1st, July 11th, July 12th, and July 25th, September 7th, and September 12th, and September 19th, 2026 at Island Lake Conservation Area, and that the permit shall be conditional to all terms detailed in the permit, including but not limited to use of amplified sounds between the hours as indicated for each event, and two, provide the town with a phone number for an on-site event organizer who will be responsible to make any adjustments to the sound levels as directed by Mono's bylaw enforcement officer. And are you moving that, Fred? Seconded by Ralph.
Elaine has her hand up.
Elaine?
Your mic's on.
Thank you. I did want to make a comment, and I guess now that the motion's on the floor, I can do that. When we talk about the volume, just remind me what the equivalent is of 55 decibels?
It's
If you
about
have
the
that.
level of, the noise level of a conversation. I'm not an expert on this, Elaine, but it would be about, two people talking in a room would be up to 55 decibels. I think I'm right, Ralph or John.
That, my
Okay.
understanding is it's either that or ambient sound in a normal neighborhood. A freight
Okay,
train is
and
about
I-
110
Oops, sorry.
decibels.
And I just want to understand, can we manage the sound level around the center of the event and not broadcast it loud enough that everybody in the neighborhood can hear it? I mean, I understand there's announcements, I understand there's speeches, I understand there's some music, but can it not be contained at a lowest possible volume to only reach the ears of those people sitting right there?
I think that's really up to the event, the event itself and.
This is a
and-
question to Yasmin. So can that not be the goal? Like, you have, well, the live band thing with 500 people. Wow, that's going to be noisy. But, where you can control the level of volume so it only is in the center of where people are at and not being louder.
Yes, through you,
How
Mayor.
should I-
Oh.
Go ahead,
Go
Yasmin.
ahead.
Through you, Mayor Creelman, to Councillor Capes. Our intention is, especially for the weddings, is to maintain the noise within the area. Like, they're also having dinner and things like that, so they're wanting to kind of hear each other talk as well. So I think that's a reasonable request that we could try to attempt to do. I'd have to think about exactly how we would manage that because we haven't measured, if we're talking about measuring decibels specifically, we haven't done that at the actual point of noise. We've only been concentrating and have historical records for the points of reception. Also, things to factor in are the way the wind's blowing, especially if it's coming from the west. Even small noise, like, it can carry a bit more. So that's why we kind of do it at the point of reception, because then we can, work backwards and kind of go to the source. because if it's windy, it has to be quieter, but if it's not, it could be a little bit louder. So I think we could look at and try to come up with a way to manage that from the point, but it's something I'd have to take back to my team and want to talk it out a little bit to see what we could
Melinda, did you
do.
have something?
I appreciate your good neighbor policy and the work that you're going to do to keep the sound away and not considered noise that disturbs. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to comment the wind, but also the water. I gather that lake there makes a big difference as, you can always, whenever you're at a lake and somebody's on a dock just having conversations, sometimes you can really hear that they're talking about you, right?
Ralph?
I'd like to propose an amendment, hopefully a friendly amendment.
Go ahead.
The amendment is that all events would have a time limit of 5 p.m. It'd be over at 5 p.m. That affects only 2 events, the 2 weddings.
Is the movement of the motion, I'm not going to suggest that's friendly.
Again, we are not regulating the cutoff time for the event. We can't do that. What we can do is we can say that the noise exemption runs to 5 o'clock and there is no exemption thereafter.
I thought that's what it said.
No, I interpreted your comment to apply to the duration of the event.
No, it was a
Okay.
cutoff time.
But, Your Worship, I'm not accepting that as a friendly amendment.
Go ahead.
Can I make a point on that, even if you're not accepting it? That it's an interesting thing, because we spent a great deal of time, in addition to getting rid of the decibel idea, we also looked at the times, and we felt that 5, this is interesting, because we felt as a community and as a council and everything, that 5 p.m. was unreasonable. And where we did put times in our bylaw, in Schedule, I think it's B or C, it's 10. And so this is at 9 is respectful of that, I think. Your point that it starts at noon and whatever, but if you're going to have people, they play different kinds of music at different parts. I think that the noise for a 10-hour wedding would be coming and going, right? As opposed to the boom, boom, your band there for the 3 hours that they're playing, it's 3 hours they're playing, right?
So it doesn't have to be a friendly amendment. It can be a standalone amendment as long as I have a seconder. And to be clear, you're suggesting that that any noise exemption ceases at 5 o'clock.
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for that?
None.
Okay. So I don't have a seconder for you. And again, before we hold the vote, I want to make perfectly clear for anyone listening and for your benefit that this is not an effort to shut down these events. They can go ahead, but they do so on the basis of governing yourself accordingly. Councillor Magdalow made a good statement by saying that unfortunately the exemption process seems to send the wrong signal that it's okay to have noise that disturbs as opposed to noise that is more moderate in nature. So.
Right, and this setting, I'm reassured by Yasmin saying that this is part of their protocols, that they will continue to monitor the decibels at the point of reception. In contrast to other new events that might come along that don't have that expertise.
So call the question. Those in favor of the motion? Those opposed to the motion? The motion is lost. So no exemption, but those events can go ahead. And just be aware that there is no exemption, so everybody should behave.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So is there anyone here on the exemption for the monster truck show? Seeing, we've had 2 sessions where that opportunity has occurred. Is there anyone online representing the organizers of the monster truck event? So what is the wish of council? Sorry?
Is there someone online?
Is someone online? Oh, somebody in the hall?
Okay, what is the wish of council? We have a motion to grant an exemption.
We should hear it. We should hear it.
Yeah, I would suggest
Yeah.
this time, it's been twice, we should hear the motion and vote on it.
And vote on it.
They're not here.
Oh, here, you read.
And we do
Here,
have,
you read
we
it.
do have a paper submission on it, so we've all reviewed that. So I'm going to read the motion that we approve the issuance of a noise exemption permit pursuant to Bylaw 2026-8, noise bylaw, to Kevin Lumsden to hold a monster truck show on September 19th, 2026 at the Orangeville Agricultural Society Fairgrounds, and that the permit shall be conditional to all terms detailed in the permit, including but not limited to use of amplified sounds between the hours as indicated on the permit. Number 2, provide the town with a phone number for the on-site event organizer who will be responsible to make any adjustments to the sound levels as directed by the Mono's bylaw enforcement officer. Do I have a motion to put this on the floor? Councillor Magdalene moves. Is there a seconder?
Well, this is funny. I'll second because I want to discuss this in public.
And I think that's a good idea. So it is seconded. Open for discussion. Go ahead.
So Mr. Lubsen, it's not obvious, I suppose, on our materials online that the preference would be to have somebody Zoom in or attend in person. He obviously didn't listen to our meeting last time and is not here now. People are unavailable. I'm now poignantly aware that this is September 19th from 12 to 4. So you're going to be getting from both sides. Some neighbor is going to be having a wedding on the one side and a monster truck on the other side. So this is exactly what I was saying is a bit of a problem. But I guess by the way the vote went last time, I guess we can say, that's it. Carry on. You don't have an exemption. Be good.
No, it's, I wouldn't prejudge the outcome of this based on the last vote.
But okay.
But it's highly likely.
But it's highly likely, thank you. So, there's a lot of, we have to be very careful when and this is why we put it on the floor, when there's no discussion, if there were no discussion, because there would be, the idea of bias against monster trucks, that they're not agricultural and all sorts of things, right? But the bottom line is about the sound for our residents. And I note that this one is only in the afternoon for a couple of hours. But when you have a monster, do you need amplified sound? It in itself is a noisy event. And
Unless
it's,
they're Tesla trucks.
well, all right. So it is, and we do have, right, there are comments about how loud we would like you have to have mufflers and things, and I think monster trucks purposefully I haven't been to an event, which is why it would, again, be really nice if Mr. Lubsen had come, that I think they do make an effort to make the trucks noisier and bigger and bolder and so on, right? But I don't know. Does anybody know?
Fred, do you know?
No, I don't know. But I can say from past experience, the telephone calls I got from residents suggest that, in fact, these trucks are made deliberately noisy. I can't confirm that, but certainly that's what some people have claimed. I was going to comment on the motion, Your Worship, that whereas I supported the last delegation that was here because we were talking about noise levels at the point of reception of 55 decibels or lower, which is, in my view, pretty low. in this case, we're talking about the sound of truck engines at quite, I assume, high decibel levels. And in my view, that is a much more annoying aspect of noise than something at 55 decibels. So in this case, I will be voting against the motion.
Well, and it's also 25, anticipated attendance is 2,500 people, right? Which I guess that's why it's at that, I mean, the fairgrounds are certainly large enough for that. You can park all the cars and everything. But when you talk about ambient noise of conversation, you get 2,500 people just talking, saying, hello, how are you today? That's a whole lot of noise, right?
Okay. So again, for the benefit of anyone watching and the applicant who wasn't here today, this is not council saying you can't do it. That is not within our realm of authority. This is simply saying that there will be no exemption to enforcement of the noise bylaw. The other point I want to make is, and I can't seemingly open the schedule here on my computer, but if the Orangeville Event Center has taken the position that they will not welcome these people as renters unless we grant a noise exemption, I'm still in a state of shock that they would say that and try and push back responsibility for their success or lack of success onto us.
Yes, the letter says that they're welcome your event back contingent upon approval.
And that's the same letter that the other organization received, and I think it's deplorable.
Just for clarification, this event, I think, is the same as was held last year and for many other years.
Yes.
And with similar noises, as I said. So it's a bit difficult. Are we changing our policy, or are we changing our noise bylaw, or we're trying to understand how to make it better? It's a very complicated situation. Thank you.
Well, I think somebody pointed out to me that this event has never sought a noise exemption.
Because they didn't go past 5 o'clock.
Well, that's right, exactly. Yeah.
No, I know, but we have a different bylaw now.
Yeah.
Bylaw doesn't say 5 o'clock anymore.
Yeah.
Well, at least for this, it doesn't.
Okay. Okay, so I call the question. Those in favor of the exemption? Those opposed to the exemption? And that's unanimous. Okay, next item on the agenda is the 10 o'clock statutory public meeting. And we're not quite yet to 10 o'clock, so I'm going to propose that we carry on with some business until we get to 10 o'clock to go to that stat public meeting.
Why don't we with the Cardinal Woods people, because they're here?
Oh, Cardinal Woods folks here? Oh, wonderful. Of course, of course. Come on forward.
Sorry, Your Worship, that's scheduled for 11:10.
Well, I
Right.
don't see any reason why we can't deal with it now. We have 10 minutes at least before the statutory public meeting.
That's fair. It's your,
But there might be people online who want
Just
to
a
watch it at 11:10.
Just a point that, and I'm glad you're here to watch the whole meeting, this is terrific, but that there may be people, given that, I mean, the way the rules go, we publish these things many days in advance, so everybody knows what time everything's happening, and then we're supposed to do our
That
best.
is a point. I was premature in
To
welcoming
keep,
you.
because here comes some people, so.
welcome anyway.
Yes, so thank you.
Okay. So that takes us to unfinished council business, the wish list or to-do list. Any questions or comments on that list?
Well,
Yes.
I still am struggling with the number 7, large residential home planning report, and Deborah's report on that. When are we having the workshop? Because
We're not having a workshop.
so,
You forgot, we sent it to the committee.
I'm sorry. You're right. I forgot it's going to go to committee. Fine.
Okay. Do we have an estimated time for their consideration?
so the planning technician is putting that together right now, and I believe they normally meet on the 4th Thursday of the month, so that'd be the end of June.
Okay. Okay. So is it we still have a few more 10 minutes to go, so why don't we get into bylaws, correspondence, new business? And the first up is my motion, which is self-explanatory, instructing the treasurer to prepare a bill, tax bill for the Orangeville Agricultural Society. I'm aware that they are tax exempt, but my motivation is to demonstrate to the ratepayers of Mono what we would be getting by way of taxes if that exemption did not exist. I'd like to move that.
I'll second it, and I also will make the comment that I didn't know it until you got the financial statements that they do pay property taxes on the property they own in Orangeville, which, as I understand it, is the curling club. And in my simple mind, I can't understand the distinction of why, if a curling club in Orangeville has to pay property taxes, why an event center that has Portuguese bull runs and ram rodeos and other things in Mono doesn't have to pay property taxes. It doesn't, in my mind, make a lot of sense. So I congratulate you, Your Worship, on writing this motion. I think it's excellent, and I certainly will be voting for it.
Any other comments? I'll read the motion. Whereas the Orangeville Sorry, Les?
Thank you, Your Worship. I know I'm not in a position to recommend a friendly amendment, but to your motion, Treasury will do up a tax bill for council and public information. But as you mentioned, they are exempt. They are exempt on the tax roll, and we only bill properties that are not exempt on the tax roll. So my friendly amendment suggestion is I could share the bill with council, but not mail it to the society, because they really have no legal requirement to pay it.
I think you're probably correct in that, and I mean, this may be a demonstrative motion creation, but I think we need to make a point. And when your bill, quote unquote, comes back to council, I think we will have made our point that, and I should point out as well that the tax exemption is premised on them meeting the traditional objectives of an agricultural society. And those have changed over the years. Melinda and then Fred.
I've read it, and I understand. I know that how you guys feel about things. I mean, they had their annual general meeting. It's in our agenda. They said that their mandate is the annual fair. It's always been that since the beginning of time. They still have an annual fair. It's not as big and successful, and there's lots of discussion about how can we make it better and bigger and different. And I mean, maybe we're coming at a crossroads in the world where it's not possible to make it bigger. But I don't know that they don't really fulfill what they're supposed to be doing. And they certainly, when they have come, have taken exception to it. And I know that there were, just the last motion that we just talked about, the monster trucks, there were people who came from in the public who felt very strongly that that was an agricultural morphed thing, but it was an agricultural thing nevertheless, some engine repair and so on. So could you just clarify for me why we're going through this exercise? Because we're not going to get the taxes, so are we just adding fuel to the fire of people being unhappy with the Ag Society? Like, what are we doing?
Let me try and address that, and then turn to Councillor Capes. My point is that the provincial legislation is sloppy. It doesn't hold the Ag Society's feet to the fire to the extent of an expectation that they will live up to their objectives. If the fall fair is their sole objective, then I would suggest that they are missing an opportunity to do a whole bunch of other activities in the course of the year. And I'd remind everybody that they were in arrears insofar as their requirement to file documentation with the province until very recently when they did make that filing. They committed to providing that information to us as a council. They then walked that back, and I had to ask the ministry to give us the information, which they did within 72 hours. And I didn't even need to file a Freedom of Information application. Councillor Capes?
So, but I'm sorry, that didn't quite clarify. So you're unhappy with the provincial, or you're like?
I am unhappy on many levels. The provincial, provincial legislation as written, the interpretation by the province that they can be in good standing even when they don't file the materials that are required to be filed on an annual basis. The fact that their tax exemption doesn't get put into jeopardy because they do not fulfill the terms of the legislation. So I can take a pick as to which one is more vexatious. Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just reading the line that says proceeds from the rental of land. Well, it's more than rental of land. And also that it be used solely for the purposes of the society. Those purposes being what? So that kind of brings
Well,
to my
that's-
mind questions of what they're raising money for. And to the point of, have we reached that point where this market for a fair type event is waning? The Royal Winter Fair is not waning. And the Royal Winter Fair is the giant version of what should be the Orangeville Fall Fair, if that's what they want to call it. And why they call it the Orangeville Fall Fair is beyond me, because it's just the Fall Fair of the OAS. And so it would behoove them to actually concentrate, move away from monster trucks and concentrate on what is, what is known at the Royal Winter Fair.
Well, maybe this will act as a wake-up call for them. Melinda, and then I'm going to, Fred, and then I'm going to
I don't want to keep going back and forth, but I mean, earlier when we were having a discussion about our noise bylaw and saying that we can't tell people what they can do, how come now we can tell people what they can do? Because we have, by a higher level of government, not issued a tax bill. We're not supposed to issue a tax bill. So I'm feeling like I'm a party to being a school marm here when
there's no consequences to the fact that a bill has been created. The bill is not going to be sent. It's going to be presented to council. The public will get to see how much money would otherwise be contributed to the town budget, but is not currently being contributed to the town budget. It's a significant amount, by the way. There is a certain amount of demonstrative intent here, but I want this to be a wake-up call, frankly, to the OAS. Les, and then Fred, and then I'm going to call the question.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to jump on the one comment you made that the bill will not be sent. Can that part of the motion be removed and that it just come to council for illustrative purposes?
I'm happy to take that out. Thank you for making that note.
Is Fred trying to get to ask his question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question for Les. Les, how can you grant them an exemption if they are not a member of the Ontario Association of Agricultural Societies? I don't know how that exemption is legal. And just let me finish the question. If they were a member of that society, then they would be exempt on their property in Orangeville. But Orangeville's been sending them a tax bill. So I don't know how your exemption is legal.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, we don't grant that exemption. We follow the assessment rule, and the assessment rule says they're exempt. I have reached out to our assessment people. They brought it up to their legal department, and they got pushback, and at the moment, they're still exempt. I'm not disagreeing with you, but we're not the people that decide.
And that's a trade organization. Membership in that organization does not hinge on anything. It's worth asking why they're not members, but it has no bearing on anything.
1 minute left, because we're almost at 10 o'clock.
But what-
I just still would like, on the public record, they appear to be exempt in the town of Mono, but not for the property they own in the town of Orangeville. There's something that doesn't add up there. Okay,
But why? They have an agricultural society, a place where, or an agricultural event center, what's it called, the Orangeville Event Center, in contrast to having assets doing other things. If they've got a property in left over from where they had the fairgrounds before that's used for some other purpose, why, that shouldn't be, I mean, that just makes common sense that it wouldn't be exempt. In contrast to this, which is the place where we hold the fair.
And it's in Mono. Ralph, and then we're going to move on.
So, Your Honor, I have some problem with this motion. I think I understand what you're doing. Just to hark back for a little bit, I think it's evident that the relationship between the OAS Center and the town council particularly has deteriorated over the last few years, and for good reasons. And I don't think that's a good thing. I think it's important that we have a good relationship with all of the organizations that function within our town, and we should be trying our best to repair it. And I see this motion as sort of putting additional fire to the problem and not helping it. And I don't see it as likely going to make a difference. We're certainly not going to get any taxes from them. And the people of Mona are going to realize that they have a freebie, and maybe they know a little bit more about it, but that's about all. And so I think in our efforts to improve our relationship with the OAS, I'm going to vote against this.
Elaine, and I'm going to bring the curtain down on this.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I have to somewhat agree with what Councillor Magdalene was saying. I think this is antagonistic and non-productive in building a relationship that we can nurture them into the right behaviors. And so I'm having trouble with this as well. And
Just before I call the question, I'll remind council that on two occasions in the same meeting, I asked them to share the information that they provide to the province under the legislation. They committed to doing so, and then they retracted that.
Yes.
So I think we are doing our best to work with them. They are not doing their best to work with us, and on that, I'm going to call the question,
okay.
if there's no objection. All those in favor? As amended, to take out the word "and that such tax bill be sent to the OAS." So as amended, all in favor? Opposed? Motion's lost. Okay.
Tankers Council today.
10 o'clock. And Deborah, that is the statutory public meeting. And do we have representatives present to take us through the application? If you could come forward, thank you. Hi. And if you could just give us your name. And do you need a connection for display?
Oh, thank you. Yes, I believe there was a PowerPoint set
So,
at a time, if that's possible.
so Carolyn, if you could just use your mic, that'd be great, because nothing gets recorded.
Oh, there we go. Is that better?
Positive.
I have a quiet voice, so good idea.
And Andrew is getting your presentation ready.
Perfect. I'll just introduce myself while that's being loaded up. My name is Caroline Baker. I'm a registered professional planner with Baker Planning Group. I'm here this morning on behalf of the property owner for the zone change and plan of condominium. Just some quick introductions. The owner, Vince Romelli, is here, as well as Montana Wilson,
from Grit Engineering, who's the project engineer, is attending virtually, should there be any detailed technical engineering questions that I'm not able to answer. So no, we certainly appreciate your time, and we wanted to provide an overview of the proposed development and also take an opportunity. We are in receipt of the public comments that have been received to date, so I'll try to answer some of the questions in those letters, and should there be others here this morning that have additional questions, again, I'm at your disposal to try and answer those questions. Perfect. If you could just do next slide, or can I control?
You can control it.
There you go.
I can control it? Ah, perfect. Excellent, thank you. So we're here this morning for a property that is about 1.5 hectares in size in Purple Hill, just off of First Line and north of the highway. In my view, this is a remnant parcel. You can certainly see all around the site are existing developed uses, which are predominantly low-density residential, aside from the one institutional use. The site is currently vacant, is subject to easements related to water main and the walkway block that you can see that connects to Old Oak Lane. This is just a graphic to show the site in the context of the surrounding area. As evidenced by this photo, clearly this is a predominantly residential neighborhood that has developed over a number of years. There is some private servicing and some municipal servicing, so certainly there is municipal water that is available, but not municipal sanitary. A number of the lots have developed on either private services individually on their lots or through a communal system when we look at the development moving to the east. As noted, there are two applications that have been filed with the town. The first application is a zone change, and I will walk you through what is being requested, but the high-level summary is the zone that's being requested mirrors that of the surrounding properties and what is generally used as the zoning for Purple Hill. This property has legacy agricultural zoning that was left in place until such time as a development came forward. The second application, while not required to have a statutory public meeting, but of course is fundamental to the application, is there is a draft plan of condominium application that has been filed. And essentially, that's an alternative to a plan of subdivision that'll allow for an entrance driveway to come off of First Line. There is a 10-meter frontage, so not sized for a municipal roadway to have a traditional subdivision. And then there would be 6 units, but really they function the same as a lot in a plan of subdivision. So they would be bare units that a homeowner could buy and build a single-family house on those lots. So this is intended for 6 single-family homes, again, looking to be in keeping with the neighborhood. The benefit of the plan of condominium is there is no new infrastructure that the town will be responsible for maintaining. This would be a condominium road, and those 6 lots would be required to coordinate its maintenance over the long term, whether it's re-asphalting, dealing with the municipal water that's been brought in. That'll all be paid for by those 6 unit owners, and the town would not have to maintain that road. So one benefit of moving to a condo versus a plan of subdivision. The lots all are a minimum of 2,000 square meters in size, which mirrors those lots to the south. The lots on the south side of the development range about 1,900 to 2,000 square meters. And then as we move north to Old Oak Lane, certainly the lots do... Oh, no, I thought that might have been me, so...
No, it's me.
It's the fun of Macs. They're integrated, so they all ring when they start.
They are indeed.
The lots to the north certainly are larger in size. Again, however, all single-family homes. And through this design, it is allowing for increased setbacks to the lots to the north. So certainly along with the zoning bylaw and the existing setbacks of the existing dwellings, there will be approximately 80 meters of setback between 2 single-family homes when we look to the north. When we move to the south, likely in the 20 to 25 meter setback between the single detached dwellings. When I get in terms of my planning opinion and the planning report, I view this as a very compatible land use of low density to low density with significantly increased setbacks. along with existing buffering between the walkway that you can see, that's an intervening land use, as well as mature vegetation. This is just an overview of the planning policy framework based on our submission. This is in a Greenbelt Hamlet area. The site is designated to permit residential development subject to criteria that was analyzed in the submission. The bottom image is where you'll see the zoning bylaw amendment application. As noted, it's an agricultural zone that needs to be moved into a development zone. So the request specifically is the suburban residential rural zone. There are two site-specific provisions that are being requested. The first is minimum lot area. In my view, this is a very minor reduction from 2,043 square meters to 2,000 square meters, as well as reduced lot frontage from 36.58 meters to 18 meters. And really, this is a result of providing the cul-de-sac in the design. So if you look at the plan of condominium, we wanted to ensure that there was a cul-de-sac that was sufficiently sized for garbage trucks and fire trucks to get in and out of that site. And what happens is you end up with pie-shaped lots that, while they are substantially large in size, technically have a reduced lot frontage. This just summarizes the plan of condominium in terms of the land area assigned to the single detached, and then the land area assigned to the common elements. I would note that the common elements have been designed to also provide room for visitor parking. So not only can the lots hold at least 4 parking spaces, there would be visitor parking available as well to support parking on site. There were a number of technical studies submitted as part of the application, so I'll just provide a high-level summary. The first was a traffic brief by Salvini Consulting. This site is within the jurisdiction of review and comment of the Ministry of Transportation. They have been circulated the traffic report and have not issued any comments with concerns or further required information. The report confirmed that the highest level peak of traffic generated from this site would be 6 cars in and 6 cars out over a 1-hour period, and that would be in the morning and afternoon peak. And they also looked at the road in terms of its curve and its grade to ensure that there was appropriate sight lines for cars exiting and entering the site, that they can see oncoming cars for safe moving traffic. With respect to servicing, there were public comments to note about the nitrate impact assessment and the functional servicing. Originally, the owner was proposing additional units on the site, again, looking at provincial policy and the OP in the direction of housing that we're moving, of efficient land use. They were originally looking at more lots on this site, but decided to proceed with fewer lots in keeping with the scale and size of the existing lots to work with the community and integrate within the existing fabric. So certainly the reports were prepared and supported, in fact, a higher density and still met nitrate, stormwater management, water servicing, but now they've reduced those number of lots. And what it demonstrates is that there's sufficient capacity in the water main. Stormwater management, of course, there can be no water that is directed to neighboring property owners. It's first engineering principles. There will be on-site storm controls, low-impact development opportunities, which is essentially where can we use natural percolation to deal with stormwater to ensure that there is no water draining to neighboring property owners. In order to address nitrate impact, of course, the quality of our water source and our groundwater, a nitrate impact assessment was submitted. For the proposed lot sizes, they are recommending an enhanced tertiary system. Currently, my understanding is this could be the Waterloo system, very well known, very well tested, used across the province in order to remove those nitrates to the approved provincial level. We do note ongoing discussions with staff and their consultants, RJ Burnside, regarding the tertiary systems. We are seeing movement across many municipalities in southwestern Ontario to use tertiary systems. They are permitted in the Ontario Building Code, so it's a mechanical system to remove the nitrates as opposed to a natural conventional bed, and they're seen as a more reliable and enhanced opportunity for nitrate removal. The Waterloo system has been well tested, used across many municipalities that would allow them for both lot creation and through building permit, but we will continue to work with the town in discussing those tertiary systems. There was a environmental impact study with a conservation area to the north that has been submitted with no further response required, demonstrating no negative impact to natural features and functions. It's located on the north side of the walkway block. In terms of planning opinion, I proffered in my planning report that this application is consistent with the provincial planning statement, conforms both to the county and town official plan. It is a balanced approach to meet efficient land use, provide additional housing, but again, look to compatibility with the neighbors and sensitive integration to those, recognizing that these are larger lots in this particular area. Through the use of enhanced and substantially increased building setbacks, provision of parking above what's required in your zoning bylaw, and the lot size, it was my opinion that these lots are certainly compatible, and the appropriate technical studies have been completed, specifically addressing those comments we've received from residents around stormwater, protection of their wells, and compatibility with respect to privacy and overlook. So certainly that concludes my presentation, but I'd be happy to answer questions of either council or members of the public.
Thank you, and I need to deal with a housekeeping matter first, and that is, traditionally, do we not have a motion to go into a statutory public meeting? Yes. And then, after that's concluded, a motion to come out of the statutory public meeting?
Good catch, Your Worship. Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. So I'm going to suggest that we have a motion to recognize that we have been in a statutory public meeting since 10 o'clock this morning. And it's moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Melinda Davey. Any opposition to that? So that's carried. So we're legally in a statutory public meeting. Which, let me explain for the benefit of the gallery and anyone online, no decision is made today. We're simply here to listen to the applicant make their plans public to all of us. We're going to hear from our planning consultant if she has anything to add, but this is your opportunity to make your comments on the record, and if we can maybe capture your names and addresses, that would be of benefit, and then council will make a decision at a later date based on what we hear today and what we get subsequently by way of comment. So it's not so much council's opportunity to ask questions as it is your opportunity to give us your thoughts. So, Deborah, do you have anything that you want to add at this point?
Nothing at the moment, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. So is there anyone in the audience who has submissions on the application yeah, that's fine. As we currently understand it, if you'd like to come forward and speak at the microphone, that would be helpful. Any concerns, any questions?
Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. You do have to come forward and address us through the system here. Good morning. Good morning. If you can just press the button, there you go.
Good morning, Your Honor, and all the council. Yes, I had sent an email to...
Your name?
My name is Navdeep Gill, and we live at the adjacent property that is 36 Old Oak Lane.
Okay.
And I think I spoke to Michael about it. Yes. So we had few concerns that we addressed in our email. And our major concern was that, you know, already the area has big lots and big houses, and these are going to be 6 houses made right next to our property. That was our concern, basically. And I know they have, we will read all the comments because those some words are foreign to us and we have to understand it properly, and we do understand that when will be the decision made? It will be based on today's meeting, or we can bring our more concerns later day also.
You can bring your concerns anytime up to when this comes to us for a decision. So-
Do we have timeline when the decision will be made?
Absolutely, I suspect. This is not going to be decided quickly. We'll do our best to accommodate the applicant, but we do take time on planning matters, and certainly anything is welcomed after today's date. Ms. Baker, I'm wondering if you could just make note of the questions, and then I'll invite you to come up if you have any responses. Thank you.
I'm looking at the map, and so if you're on Old Oak Lane and you're actually contiguous with this property, are you contiguous with the walkway that's there already? And so when you see the walkway now, there's trees and there's a nice little walkway, and then there's trees on the other side, and now you know there's going to be a house there. Is that your concern?
Yeah.
And I'm trying to look on the map then, the schematic of your cul-de-sac and so on. I can see there are the elevation lines and so on. When you're in your house, is it the green is up, or is the green down from you? Is there a hill?
I don't understand.
Or is it level? Does it seem level to you where you are?
It's
or is it-
our house is pie shape, our house is at the front.
Uh-huh.
And where they're going to build the houses, it's right next to the 2 acres grass we have at the back. So the houses will be adjacent to that.
I see, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
So I will meet with somebody or call or make an appointment for my further questions. And even I would like to meet with the owner or anything also. So we are not against this thing, but we want to understand how that protects us. Because we do understand there will be, so I don't want anybody to get this that we are against this. So, but we want to understand how our property will be affected with this.
Totally understandable, and keep in touch with us, and we'll let you know how the matter is progressing.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question of the planner? Sorry, thank you. Your common element road, you said has the easement, you said there was the easement for this pathway that our neighbor has commented on. But but you own that? Is that the deal? That the pathway
town owns it.
that's right there is now owned by the
town.
property owner? And
Maybe
The town owns it.
So who's got the easement then?
Maybe through the town, if we could just put the plan back up, that might be easier to point to.
Yes,
Sometimes the
please.
plan's a lot easier. Sorry
for-
about that, thank you.
I can probably take it.
Sure, if you want to take the
Yeah,
easement
so the
question.
town owns the Old Oak Lane walkway, we'll call it, which transverse from the cul-de-sac in the top left-hand corner, which is Old Oak Lane.
Right, but on the drawing, is the walkway there, or it's just referred to?
It's shown as the north, on the north. Yep, the mouse is following it right now.
So the whole dotted line and everything?
That's the walkway, and that's the parcel of land that's owned by the town, and that connects the water main from Old Oak Lane, Purple Hill subdivision to the water tower.
So not that I want to spend money or anything, but if you already have a fairly large part there, and the property owner has a fairly large part there, and just noting how condos with things that you're going to be, group we're going to look after and so on, it's a hard sell. Why is it not proposed to make a road there?
It is.
No, but that's my question. Would it be wide enough if it took in the town land and this common element parcel to build an appropriate road for coming into the neighborhood and for proper coming out onto line 1, and also for emergencies and stuff?
Through the mayor, I appreciate that question. Certainly, if you combined the walkway block with the common element, there could be enough width, but then you'd be losing your walkway block for pedestrian movements through the neighborhood. And in my view as a planner, that would be an overall negative impact to existing residents and new residents. The one thing I would note about a condominium road is while the overall width of the land required, it's 10 meters instead of 20 meters, so a standard municipal road you would see on a plan of subdivision is 20 meters. What I want to clarify is the actual paved portion of the road is the exact same width. The reason a municipality is 20 meters is often there'll be sidewalks on both sides, there's a boulevard and the curbing, and when we move to a condominium, the paved width is still the same. It's still two-way traffic, it's still fire trucks being able to get in and out of the site. It's just not the same standard for the full cross-section of the boulevard design. So it's not compromising the width of the road or its safety standard. It's really just, it can be smaller because it's privately held, and in my view, and certainly would leave this to the town, and their view in terms of responsibility of snow removal and all the collections thereof, but in terms of the plan, at least as I view it as a planner, it's 6 lots, and that would be a significant amount of municipal road for 6 lots. It's a fairly small condominium development, and in my view, a condominium road is an appropriate option for this site.
Just before I turn to my colleagues, Councillors Manctalo and Capes, I have a very quick question. We only have one condominium in the town of Mono. It does, however, have parking because, as you mentioned, the road widths are quite narrow relative to a traditional subdivision road. Is there parking provided for, even for the 6 units?
Through the mayor, yes. So if I can, sorry, now the plan. I apologize, the plan. So if you look, and I'll try and make sure I speak in the microphone here. I don't know if you can see this little jog. Let me get this mouse here. See this little jog right here? So there is room for some visitor parking in this location because, again, this is about 10.5 meters wide. Traditionally in condos that I've been involved in, and certainly have worked on a number of them as we move to more intensification and infilling, is typically 7 meters. So this condo road actually has more width than we see in a standard condominium. So there is room to put visitor parking within the common elements. So that would be managed by the condo. But these are also, in my view, large lots at just over 2,000 square meters. Typically in new subdivisions, lots are 400, 500 square meters when they're on municipal servicing. There is ample room for parking not only on the site. So it's not a condo like an apartment building or stacked towns or townhouses. These are still single-family homes that would be more in keeping with the neighborhood with substantial room for parking not only on the unit, but also visitor parking. So I will anticipate this will well exceed the zoning bylaw requirements.
I'm going to get back to our audience, but I'm going to allow Councillor Manctalo and then Councillor Capes to ask questions, and we'll go back and see if there's anything from the audience.
The reason for being a condo is all related to this roadway that's not adequate for a municipal road. Is that the?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Because otherwise it seems to me to be complicated to make it into a condo.
Through the mayor, certainly. A condo is an extra step in terms of management. There would be a condominium, a declaration that has requirements in it for the condominium to maintain the road and repairs, but certainly, yes, there isn't the width. It's a unique shaped parcel, and there isn't the frontage on first line for a standard municipal road.
So I'd like to focus on water. You said that there had been an EIS that had been done. I know there was one 6 years ago, and it wasn't, there were questions were left open. Where are we on that?
Through the mayor, there was an environmental impact study to look at the adjacent woodland and do a species at risk assessment that had been submitted to the Conservation Authority. That has been circulated to them. There was not necessarily any response comments to that study. Certainly we'll wait to see if there's anything more forthcoming before a staff recommendation report. But that study indicated that in their professional opinion, there was no negative impact with respect to the wetland, woodland, and any species at risk.
The other water question is re the septic system. The town has I say we don't have a love affair with septic systems. This tertiary system, this is a biofilter, right? Who's responsible for that? I believe it has to be changed after a number of years.
So through the mayor, it would be the responsibility of the homeowners, but the benefit of, this is where the condominium is actually another benefit with respect to this development, because requirements related to the tertiary systems can be included in the condominium declaration. because these lots are not what we would call freehold. They're units, they're vacant units, but they're units as part of a plan of condominium that has a corporate structure with a condominium declaration. So not only is there requirements in the building code around reporting for these systems, they've come a long way in the last decade in terms of the tertiary system, the Waterloo system, and certainly Montana Wilson can speak further. She's certainly more the expert than I, but they've come a long way and are seen as a benefit over a conventional system. They do need monitoring, but the benefit of going condominium on this site over subdivision is that we can include that monitoring requirement for the condominium and the condominium board as well. It just gives it a little bit more teeth.
So to be quite clear, the town will have no responsibility for the septic system?
Through the mayor, that is correct.
Okay. And there will be a condominium board for these 6 residents?
Yes.
Thank you.
So Elaine and then Melinda.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just, if I might, is the owner a resident of Mono? Or is this an outside investment?
I can answer that. I'm just not sure it's.
I don't know if it's germane. I don't think it's germane.
Well,
You know, what's germane is that anything that goes ahead is well done. That's germane.
So can I ask a question?
Okay, that was my question, thank you. I also have another question. These 6 units, like when you said this, it's like you're making the lots, but you're not actually building the structures that go on them? Not you, but the proponent?
Correct. So through the mayor, what happens, this is a vacant land condominium. There's a number of different types of condominiums, just to make things interesting. So a vacant land condominium is essentially, it looks like a plan of subdivision in that they are vacant lots that somebody can buy and build their house on, whereas a standard condominium, let's say it's a street townhouse development you might have seen, or stacked townhouses, the builder builds them and then sells each individual unit. This is a vacant land condo in that it creates the common elements, which is the road and visitor parking, and then it creates 6 vacant units that to anybody that would drive by, they would just think they were lots in a plan of subdivision. It just happens to be in a condo. A buyer can buy this vacant unit, per se lot, and build a house on it.
Right, so unit is not unit, unit means lot.
Through the mayor,
So
technically it's a
there could be
unit.
6 different looking structures on these lots.
I think this is going to be a question for our planner as to what degree of involvement the town has in determining what kind of housing gets built on those individual lots, because I think that it could vary quite dramatically from one lot to the next.
Certainly, and I'll let them speak to it. The only thing I would say is that it's actually no different than a plan of subdivision. So through any lot creation, whether it's consent, plan of subdivision, or plan of condominium, the authority in order to influence building design is no different. And in fact, in a condo, a developer could actually be more restrictive, because if they so choose, they could put restrictions in a condominium declaration that you can't necessarily do the same way in a consent or a subdivision. The caveat being, if you were in a heritage conservation district, then of course there's design restrictions that exist, but this really does not create any ability to have a different style architecture than any other form of lot creation under the Planning Act.
But just out of curiosity, why is this coming forward as just lots instead of actual build?
Through the mayor, that would be a building permit process that would go through the town. That's not a public process at that point. When specific dwellings would be constructed, again, similar to a draft plan of subdivision, when that comes in front of council, there isn't necessarily the building design. That happens through the building permit process.
Melinda?
Well, we've had this through other processes, examples where they want rezoning so that they can put up townhouses, and they've given us the full design, and it was condominium, so I just had to ask that question. Thank you.
Right, to speak to that, they give, you get a design, but that's kind of maybe one of the reasons why when we had the public meeting and things were going to look like this, and then when finally, 10 years later, things get built, well, they look a little bit different because it actually, that was a concept rather than the actual. But my question was more to the logistics of it all. If this goes through now in 2026, then you have to then sell the condos, and then you sell the vacant condo units, and then you have to have people build them and so on. So it does kind of also draw it out for the neighbors, right? Like so one unit could be sold, and so building straight, and then it takes a number of years because everything takes longer and costs more than we think it's going to, and then another one, and so it could kind of, as opposed to a builder who comes in to say, we're going to build them all at once, right? It's economical to have all the lumber delivered at the same time and have people building things, right? So does that usually happen with these condo vacant ones, that it gets drawn out?
Yeah, through the mayor, certainly, because these are larger lot singles that are going to be bought by individual homeowners or builders for individual lots. Yes, there's the potential that they could be built one at a time, as opposed to standard subdivision or street towns where they, sort of pre-build the blocks. The other thing I would note is, this is the public meeting. Certainly, we need to go back and work with staff, any other comments, and a staff report addressing public comments to come back with a recommendation. If the applications get approved, what it would be is the zone change would be approved and the draft plan of condominium, but it'll have a number of conditions. So a draft plan of condominium, like a subdivision or a consent, will have listed conditions that the applicant has to work through. So detailed engineering design, a copy of the draft condominium declaration, those all have to be completed to the satisfaction of staff. So that does take a little bit of time. It's not, as soon as council makes a decision, that then building permits can be applied for. We have to go through that detailed design. So yes, there's still a bit of time for this to go through the process, and then likely as buildings go up, it may be one at a time, two at a time. It's hard to say.
Just before I go back to the audience, I have one quick question, and that is, are there any precedents for a builder to come in and purchase a number of lots, say 6 lots, and then build homes on those lots and attempt to sell them? Is that a possibility, or is that unheard of?
Through the mayor, that is a possibility. I don't want to necessarily, I'm not a real estate agent, to speculate on the market. It's been a strange market the last year or two. It could happen. I would be a bit surprised if they pre-built all these houses, just because I suspect they will be, they're decent-sized lots. They'll likely be nice homes. And so stock building may not be as common, but again, I'm not a real estate expert to guarantee which way it would go.
I need to get back to the audience. Go ahead.
Just
Melinda, and then we'll
about
go back.
if everybody's building it differently, so the conditions are on there and everything, but the whole water, at the moment, when you have vacant land that has looks like it's got some undulation and so on, and when rain happens and you've got the neighbors around and the storm, whatever, there was a comment that you made, how that the water for percolating or whatever, the idea that it's going to stay there because there doesn't seem to be a spot on the plan, on the vague plan at the moment, right, as to where there would be a new storm pond put in or so on, right? So it would make each one has to then individually build to make sure, and the planning and the approvals and everything, to make sure that all the drainage, if you're going to build at one time, that anything, now you're putting a big house that's not going to allow the water to percolate in. It's got to go around the house, as opposed to coming down your east troughs and shooting off to somebody else's house, right? How does all that happen?
Yeah, certainly that's a great question, and I can answer that one. So in terms of a vacant land condo, the owner that's currently proposing the applications would do detailed engineering design, so that's the full grading plan, stormwater management, design the condominium road. They would be responsible for constructing the road and setting the grades at the lots. Within the condominium agreement, there will be requirements. It's the exact same in a plan of subdivision. You know, a builder comes in and buys a lot. They get a copy of the overall grading and stormwater management plan, and they have to match grades to the exterior property lines set by the overall grading and stormwater management plan. Typically, there's damage deposits taken at the time of building permit to ensure that they meet those grades, but there is an overall comprehensive design that those builds have to fall within. That is reviewed at the time of building permit to align with the grading and stormwater management plan.
Thank you. So back to the audience, are there any questions arising from what you've heard here today that you would like to ask? Yes, sir, if you could come forward and, thank you. You can stay there, yeah.
I'll get my exercise.
And your name, sir?
George, is it on?
No. There.
Red stop. George Nikitsis, 30 Old Oak Lane. And I had one question, but now a second question from the discussion we just had. The first one was the actual walkway. And I was interested in the councillor's question of why not a road? And a road, I think, would cause significant concerns. And the problem I have, and I think I did talk to Michael when I came in last week, just asked a couple of questions. Changing the walkway to the road, would there be a public hearing before that? Because I can tell you, we've talked to a lot of the residents, not only on Old Oak Lane, but on Ashwood and further down, like us. Most of them bought in the area because they wanted the peace and quiet, right? And if that road was changed, I think you'd have significant concerns for a number of reasons.
We'd fill the chamber 10 times over.
Your worship, if I may?
Yeah.
Andrew, if you could bring up the survey again. So George and I had a conversation without a map in front of us, for sure. But and Andrew, if you could zoom in on the jog that Caroline showed before on the roadway. So if you look at the right side of the drawing, above the common element road name, there is 10-meter right-of-way proposed by the condo with a 10-meter water main. But that stops at the jog, George. So there's no chance of allowing a municipal road to go through to Old Oak Lane. And I think that's what
Now, my question was, and you were fantastic in discussion we had, a lot of information, but I didn't get very reassuring answer. Because it's under the township's control, is it the case that, let's say, other properties are sold further north of where we are, and there's a need for that road to come in? Do you have public hearings at that time? Or is it just a township decision to be made?
I think I'm going to be presumptuous and speak on all our behalves. If we're here, we would obviously have hearings, but I don't think there's any appetite to create a shortcut, from your area over to First Line. We have a big enough problem as it is with turning circumstances on Highway 9 and First Line. There's a good reason why Buena Vista Drive no longer exits onto Highway 9. I mean, that was closed up 40 years ago. It's far safer now than it was way back. So I think you can rest easy on that.
Okay, I guess one thing that would be helpful, if we can send a letter as well or an email. If there is some note in terms of the hearings that there is that concern, not in the short term only, but in a longer term sense.
I think we'd welcome that.
Great.
Yeah.
And my second question goes back to the earlier question that was raised about obviously density and view. We're not going to necessarily be affected by the view, but a number of residents. The answers to the questions on whether it's developed as one development or individual developments, I know we have a friend that lives in Orangeville and lives in a condo, and there was a little actually smaller than one of the 6 units, and it was for housing. There was a house there, and it was destroyed, and lo and behold, you got a 4-story, 12-unit in that same space, and it's less than the 200 square meters. What's the process there? So right now, the understanding when you say 6 single units is that there will be 6 little houses there, bigger houses, right? But if one of the purchasers basically says, I'm buying it, but I want to build 4 stories, do we have public hearings again? Is that a rezoning? That type of question? Because I think that view would be a critical issue if one of the owners of the 6 decides, hey, I'm going to buy as an investment and I'm going to build.
We have our first skyscraper.
Could.
What I would say to answer that is that use wouldn't be permitted in the zoning that's being requested for the lots. So if somebody bought one of those units, they would have to apply for a zone change, which is a public process. I would also note with the private servicing, there would be some limitations on what could actually be built. It's not full municipal services, but certainly that would be a zone change, which is a public process that the neighbors would be notified.
Right.
But I'll let the towns, if they want to speak further to that.
No, that was fine. That was clear.
Good.
Thank you very much.
George. Yes, come on forward.
Hi, good morning. Sharon Somerville, I do live in Mono. And please excuse me, mine is something of a legal question, and it has to do with the incorporation of condominium corporations. So this is a 6-lot condo, which could take up to 8 years to build out before all the lots are sold and they're housed. There are houses on them with owners. So who's going to be responsible for the condominium corporation until the point that all of the properties are sold and that those properties become part of the ownership complex? Have I explained that?
Yeah, no, certainly, and I can
Good
answer.
question.
Yep, I can answer that. So when the condominium is created, there are essentially allocated shares. So each unit owner gets an equal 1/6 share in terms of ownership and maintenance of the common element. When the condominium is registered, so those units are created, the developer or the current owner will own all 6 units and forms the entirety of the condominium board. As each one sells, they lose a unit. So the developer would have 6 units on condo registration. They are required by Ontario law to maintain the condominium board, have the meetings, maintain the minutes, the budget. There's also a reserve fund. So condos are set up with a certain amount of money in a bank account that is used for maintenance. It has to be in there from the beginning. And so the current owner essentially is the owner of all 6 units and required by law to maintain the condominium per the agreement. As each unit sells, 1 unit would go to a new buyer, then the current owner would have 5, essentially until they sell all 6. And once they sell all 6, then they're released of any of the obligations of the condominium.
Okay, that's very helpful, thank you. So that means then that the owner-developer is going to be contributing to the reserve fund until such time as they have sold off that piece of property?
Correct, not only setting up the reserve fund, but they are responsible for the monthly condominium fees. So the condominium fees are collected essentially for the maintenance on the road. Condominium fees are fairly low on a vacant land condo. A standard condo, you have higher fees because you have an apartment building, right? You have roofs, windows, structures. In this case, the common element or the component of the condo being managed is just the road. So there is monthly dues from each of the 6 unit owners to ensure that there's sufficient funds for the maintenance. So the current owner has to pay those monthly dues for each of the 6 units until such time as they're sold, and then the buyer would take on those fees.
Okay, that's super helpful, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good morning. And your names?
Sure.
Hi there, Theodore John and Denise John. We are at 33 Old Oak Lane, so this new development actually sits at the very back of our property. So we are looking, of all of the neighbors or all of everyone here, this actually directly impacts us the most. The walkway that was installed between First Line and 33 Old Oak Lane was actually part of our property that was pulled from our property when we purchased it in 2010. So the City of Mono said this needed to be expropriated in time for a sell. It was a condition of sale, basically. So we had very little choice here. At the time, we were told, no, it doesn't look like we're going to be doing any sort of improvements back here. It's very close to our property line, so it actually is, when you look at the property line, it's probably less than 20 feet from our pool. So it's literally our back fence, and then the back fence is sitting right on the property line at one corner of our house. Okay, so if you can pull up the sheet, we're actually the last house on the north side, just above where Unit 6 is and Unit 5 is. That's our property, right above that, okay? So at the time, we were told, oh, no, no chance of development there. So our concern, first and foremost, is a road, because you say now that, oh, there's not likely to be a road there. At the time, there was not likely to be development behind us.
Fair enough.
And that's changed. So I think all of my neighbors are all concerned about the exact same thing, because it's one thing for you to say, great, yeah, we have no plans for a road. In 4 to 6 years, oh, we really need a road. We need to put a road in here. So that's first and foremost our concern, having a road from First Line directly onto Old Oak Lane. Second is we're learning now that this is not, we were under the impression this is going to be a builder going in, putting in 6 units. Now we're hearing that it's going to be whoever decides to put in whatever they decide to put in. Is there limitations on size of the houses? You can see coming up Buena Vista now that where there was kind of regular sized homes or normal sized homes. Coming up Buena Vista, there's, quite frankly, I'm sorry, a monstrosity of a house that's
Totally aware of it.
4 levels high, right beside a house that's a single level, like this. So our concern is that anyone can put anything here, in terms of the size of property, in terms of how high they can do it, and that property actually sits up of our property. So yes, we have a larger home at the end, but the property where we're talking about now, there's a berm, or I don't know what it is, but it's basically, I think it was exfil from when the houses at the end of Old Oak were built, and this was just placed there. But it's sitting quite a bit higher than our property is, so it's probably, I don't know, probably 6 to 10 feet higher up. So the concern, of course, is now, doesn't matter what you put there, they're going to be what I'm assuming are large homes. They're not really building small bungalows anymore in these locations, sitting right 20 feet, property line from our pool. And then also the disruption in terms of, great, one house might go in this year or next year, a house could go in 3 or 4 years after that, a house could go in, this is an ongoing thing for the next, no one has any idea, because you don't know when the land is going to be sold, you don't know who's going to be there, you don't know what's going there, you don't know what it's going to look like. So we're very concerned for the current property values. At the end of Old Oak Lane, there are a number of, very high-end homes, and now what do these look like? What does this do to the existing property value? This feels, and I'm sorry to the developer, this feels very shoehorned in. We're making exceptions on frontage, we're making exceptions for municipal roads, we're making exceptions to get 6 properties in a space. These houses, all the houses around us are 3, 4 acres, 2, 3, 4 acres. Ours is just over an acre.
Very large houses.
And now we're saying, great, we're going to try to shoe in 6 homes in a space we can't fit. Great, we're going to put a cul-de-sac in there. Great, we're going to have a tiny tiny road. And quite frankly, we already suffer from people from Ninth or people from First coming up, not using the path, but in order to get to Island Lake or in order to walk through, they basically walk from Highway 9 and they end up walking through our yard. We've had numerous conversations and had or when people are getting work done on Ninth Line, or sorry, on Ninth, where without asking, without talking to us, they're pulling trucks through our backyard in order to get better access to the back of the houses on Highway 9. So suffice it to say, we're concerned about what this looks like, what it will feel like, and quite frankly, what it does in the future, not just for our property. We are concerned about our property, but for the entire neighborhood, because it's very much for you to say, yeah, right now we don't want a road there, but you didn't want planning there. And I know the person who had the lot, who was there, who tried to build and was told no lots and lots of times by the city of Mono, Glenn Salmon. And so I'm wondering,
Why now?
why now? What the change is?
Because it was a no before, and that's why.
And it's been a no for 16 years.
I can't speak to that, but I appreciate your concerns, and I think your neighbors probably share those concerns. Our planner has been taking notes, and I'm going to welcome any comments that she might have on that. Our CAO may be able to speak to the issue of the road. I just don't, I know that intersection well of First and 9. The disappearing lane has driven me crazy for years. And I just don't see an appetite to create, as I said, a shortcut into your residential neighborhood. There's no logic or reason to do that. And I think that that's not going to change. But Deborah, do you have any thoughts on what you've heard?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. This particular application includes a request for site-specific zoning. As part of that site-specific zoning, we can do things like limiting height, limiting or increasing setbacks, things like that. Those are all things that could be on the table. Ideally, we're hoping that the applicant will come forward with some more detailed designs, which we've been waiting for, so that we can provide some of that feedback and put some of those controls in place.
Right, but is there a requirement for them? If these are all individual parcels that an owner gets to build on, is there a requirement for them to have, wait, great, the house can only be this size in this area, this far back? Like, quite frankly, man, I'm not looking to have someone's house directly over in front of my pool. I'm not looking to have someone's house 5 feet away from my fence line. And I want assurances that there's going to be some concern for setback, for height, for the type of property, what it's going to look like. Because if you drive to the end of Old Oak Lane, the houses are relatively similar. Even the last house that went in, it's brick on the back, but the owner or the person who built the house decided he approached my wife for asking for color suggestions in order to make it the stucco look so that it fits within the neighborhood. So the last 4 houses, Mike's house, and then our neighbor at 36 and us at 33, they're all very, very similar. So at the end of the cul-de-sac, the concern is that we're putting, great, you can put up a 4-story monstrosity like there is on Buena Vista anywhere on that property, and now they're already 6 to 10 feet above us, and now there's a big silo in front of my view.
I think I heard from Ms. Alexander that we do have the ability to control the type of the height and setbacks and various other features, which quite frankly we are looking at town-wide right now with regard to the so-called monster home syndrome. And you gave an example of one of the projects in the town that triggered that whole concern and that process. Unbelievably, that house does conform to the rules as they currently are, and we are looking seriously amending those rules, because setbacks and height and viewscapes and so forth are really, really critical. But I think Ms. Baker has something that she can add to this.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to provide some responses and details to those comments and maybe just some clarification to the town planner's comments. So I'm not sure what happened 16 years ago and the advice that it would never be developed. I just want to confirm that this site is designated for residential development. So I'm not sure who it was or what it was, but it is within the settlement area and it is designated. I want to be clear, there's no exceptions for the roads. So there is no part of this application that is asking for reduced standards for a road or exceptions on its size. The exception for the lot area is the equivalent of 2% lot reduction overall to what's required in the bylaw. In my view, that's fairly minor in terms of a reduction. The zoning that's being asked for these lots is in fact the same zone that applies to all the neighboring property owners and all the restrictions they have on their lots when those lots were built. My understanding is they would have had the exact same framework in terms of setbacks, lot coverage, building height. There would have been no design constraints to those homes built on Old Oak Lane. And so in terms of the potential for a massive house or a house that doesn't fit in the character, I would just submit to council and staff that it was the exact same when those were built as this is being proposed. The zoning bylaw limits the height to 9.15 meters. So for reference, a 4-story building could not be constructed on the site. We're happy to look towards staff with additional setbacks, should that be deemed appropriate. The one thing I would note is under the Planning Act framework in Ontario, through the zoning, we cannot control the design. So I just want to be very clear to the residents that there's not a misconception that's coming back. I just want to be fully honest and full disclosure. We cannot put in the zoning bylaw, for example, it needs to be red brick, or that it needs to be a pitched roof or a flat roof. Those are specifically prohibited in Ontario to be able to do that. So I just didn't want to mislead any resident comments that was going to be coming back within the zoning bylaw. Certainly things like lot coverage, building setbacks, that can all be dealt with through the site-specific zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Deborah?
Yeah, I was actually going to come back and clarify that we can control things like height, we can control coverage, we can control GFA. The Planning Act was changed in terms of the site plan changes so that we can no longer control things like design elements unless they're directly related to accessibility issues. There are all kinds of restrictions. So what you are used to seeing in the past, where we had the opportunity to control those kinds of designs, we don't have those rights anymore, unfortunately. So in terms of architectural design, the town no longer has that ability. The province took it away.
Yeah. We had that authority along with other municipalities, but it was taken away from us by the current government.
Question.
And also, not only was it taken away, but also, when you say that the Old Oak Lane, those houses had the same setbacks and things, it was the flavor of people to use their properties differently than it is now. People just now want bigger, and the fact that they don't have a back garden to put a pool in is totally fine with them. They let's build the house right up to the end, right, of what the rules are. But, so I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing so many changes, is just the aesthetic things that appeal to the people who are building houses is different than what appealed to the older ones who've already built their houses.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir, you had a added comment. If you could come forward to the mic so we can capture your comment.
So just as we're talking about height and setbacks, et cetera, I think another concern of ours is in terms of the actual frontage, you're talking about half of what the existing minimum frontage is that correct? It's 18 meters now instead of 36. So when you're talking about these houses, and again, using the example of the monstrosity on Buena Vista, apologies if that person's here. Our concern is that you're now talking about shoehorning in 6, which could be very, very large homes, very, very tall homes on much smaller land. So it doesn't fit, or potentially doesn't fit with the design aesthetic of the rest of the homes on Old Oak Lane. In terms of, yes, yeah, there are large houses on Old Oak Lane, but you're talking about large houses with lots of space between them, between myself and my neighbor, between myself and the neighbor on the other side. There's forest, there's et cetera. You're talking about shoehorning in 6, potentially any sized homes onto these properties that can be any size that you have no control over.
I'm not certain about that.
So do we have an idea of what square feet, like how big these houses are going to be? I mean, it very much will impact the view going forth from our house, from our neighbor's house, going forward. Our privacy, et cetera, it's there.
So I could turn back. Do you have any observation, Ms. Baker?
Certainly. So through the zoning bylaw, there's a number of controls. So I'll give you an example. In the zone that applies to your property and what would be these properties if they're approved, there's a standard for what they call maximum lot coverage. So that's, I'll just use an example. Your lot is 1,000 square meters in size, just for ease of math, because I don't have a calculator. The maximum lot coverage is 33%. So what that means is the maximum house size would be 330 square meters. 70% of the lot cannot be house. Just to speak to the overall usage of the lot, in my view, that's a fairly typical zone coverage. We usually see between 30 to 40% for single-family homes. So what that means is, well, I guess 67% of the lot would need to be obviously driveway, open space, backyard. So given that these lots are 2,000 square meters, if you extrapolate that, that's 1,300 to 1,400 square meters of landscape open space on the site. So I don't necessarily have the planning opinion that they would be overdeveloped in terms of size and taking up the whole lot. The pie-shaped lot, it's a great question that you have about the reduced lot frontage. Because they're pie-shaped, the ones that have reduced, it's not all of the lots, it's just the lots around the cul-de-sac that have the reduced frontage. The rest of the lots comply. But when we do site-specific zoning, we have to pick the minimum that's on the development as a whole. So those corner lots are pie-shaped like this, and the frontage is down here. And what happens is it actually negatively impacts the size of house you can build. Because in order to get the width that you want for a house, along with the required front yard setback, so it's about 7.63 meters, is, and apologize, imperial metric, that the house has to be set back. But because it's on a curve, oftentimes those homes go a bit further back to get the width. So it doesn't necessarily result in a bigger house. Typically, actually, you're a bit more constrained in terms of house size when you get into pie-shaped lots.
I'm sorry, so because the houses that are on the cul-de-sac are of primary concern to myself and my neighbors, because the ones that are further up are further up. So, yeah, you're saying, great, they have to sit further back, and that brings them, again, closer to our property line. So, yes, great that they have to sit further back, but closer to the property line, higher up, makes for very close neighbors in what is now a very open area.
So there is rear yard setback requirements, and the grade change from your property to the first lot is about 0.5 meter. So that's 1.5 feet, I think. Because we have a topographical grading plan, but certainly matters related to buffering and screening will be considered by the applicant. We recognize that your property is next door.
And in terms of fencing, et cetera, how is that handled by the condo corporation, by each individual unit? Because we're talking about now, I guess we'd be sharing with 2 different condo owners our property line.
Through the mayor, correct. Your majority of 1 unit and then a little corner of another unit. Typically, things like fencing would be dealt with the condo board.
Thank you again. Are there any last comments? And then I'm going to have to close the meeting off for another delegation and have a 5-minute recess in the meantime.
Online, please.
Yes, if you could give us your name.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Gregory Grandison. Let me see if I can get this camera on.
Greg, can you just give us your last name again?
Grandison, Grandison.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, so I am one of the neighbors south of the of the proposed development. I'm just backing onto, or frontages on Highway 9. And I had submitted my questions, majority of my questions through email, as I knew I wouldn't be able to attend in person. I believe they went to Simi. But I just want to bring, I know you're coming to a closer, just want to bring up the one that I think affects us the most, and it's regarding the septic system.
So Greg, can you speak closer to your microphone on your computer? We're having a bit of difficulty hearing you.
Oh, hi. Have you heard me so far?
Yeah, it's hard.
Is that better?
Yeah, a little bit better. As close as you can get.
All right, good. My biggest concern, I've submitted six questions through the board, the council. But my question that is most pressing is that we're looking to put 6 units on the lots, and they'll be getting municipal water, but it will be septic system, tertiary septic systems. Currently, myself and my neighbors, we are all well and septic. So we are very careful about how we treat our septic system. They are very well maintained. I know when we have concerns, and my neighbor has had to change his very recently at substantial cost. A person who, and it's just maybe it's speaking to someone that they wouldn't do it, but a person who is not as concerned about the water that you're drinking may not be as concerned with maintaining these systems. And I know that they are tested, as the planner has mentioned, but if they are not maintained well, they do lead to failures. So I just wanted to ask what plans are going to be put in place to have mechanisms that will ensure that they have long-term operation and they won't impact the neighbors to the south. That's my primary question.
Thank you, Greg, and I'll give the representative of the owner a chance to address the tertiary system again.
Yes, no, thank you. Thank you for that question. I hope you can hear me all right. Certainly, what we were mentioning or discussing earlier is that because this development is proposed through a plan of condominium as opposed to individual freehold lots, there's additional legal mechanism registered on title of the land and obligations through the condominium board and condominium declaration to assist in including provisions about the maintenance of tertiary systems. I will note that across a substantial part of southwestern Ontario, tertiary systems are permitted on freehold lots, on condominium lots. There's really no distinction. There's reporting requirements through the building code process, documentation that is required to be provided. But in this case, because there's being a condo proposed, there's an additional layer of legal requirements that can be put on those homeowners to ensure that they are appropriately maintained.
Just a quick question on that. We've had some limited experience with tertiary systems in Mono, and there have been some failures due to the lack of maintenance, suspected lack of maintenance. Does the condo board have the ability to say to the householder, you have to show proof that you've been maintaining the tertiary system on a regular basis?
So the first part to that question, my understanding is we are aware of the failures in the town of some other systems. They were much older systems, much older technology. So that's the first thing to note. The systems have come a long way. I believe that there is under the condominium declaration, but I will ensure to reach out to a condominium lawyer to ensure the enforceability and get that information to staff for their staff report.
Because that would actually be stronger than our ability to get people to maintain their existing septic systems, which is an ongoing pain for us, frankly. Are there any other comments that can be made quickly? Because I am going to have to bring an end to the public session. George, there's a gentleman here we haven't heard from. Come on forward. Good morning. If we could have your name. Thank you, and address. There you go.
Okay. My name is Jaspal Mudar, and I am backing onto this proposed planning. and I front onto Highway 9. So my concern is like we just have about 10 houses on this side. Now, is the zoning going to be affecting all those houses or what's going on? Or is it just for this particular lot?
Through the mayor, it would be just for this particular lot. There's no application to change any of the zoning or the lots on Highway 9.
And is there any planning of when the sewers, are you even considering the sewer system in this area or it's not being discussed at all?
No.
No.
We like septic systems that work properly.
And secondly, the thing is since these guys, I sold a lot in Brampton, it was just under 1 acre. And the building that's going on, there is a 15-story high building with 130 condominiums. So is this could come up to be the same area, same things like that?
I think I can assure you that that's not what's being proposed here, but I'll let Ms. Baker speak.
No, certainly the proposal through the zone change would limit it to a single detached dwelling.
Single attached dwelling, okay. And so there is no way once you have like I talk about Brampton because I live there, they have a system where the whole plaza, they let the septic water from the other houses get attached into that system. Is there any system like this here if we want these 8 or 10 houses, we were to attach into your...
If I understand the question correctly, there isn't an intent to have a communal system for the 6 lots. They'll each have their own individual system, just like the lots to the north and south.
And no idea when we could have the municipal water there, you know?
That I can't answer.
We'll have to follow up on that.
All right. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, or if there's a subject that has not been addressed, I'm going to allow 2 more, and then I'm afraid I'm going to have to move on. George, would you like to come back up again? And then.
It's more clarification. I'm assuming this is rural now, and it's the zoning application go to semi-urban residential?
Currently, it's agricultural, and it's going to a suburban rural, which is the same zoning in sort of Purple Hill.
You had talked earlier in the earlier discussions about being concerned beyond this development to some of the existing, I know you can't deal with design. You've been barred from dealing from design, but height and easement in terms of between the types of discussions you said you're having and the types of changes be incorporated. So if you wanted, now it's 10 meters or that allows the bigger houses that you were concerned with, like the one on, will those be included so that when this is approved or whenever a decision is made on this, approved or not approved, that those concerns are incorporated in there?
I'm going to let Deborah tackle that.
I think what you're asking me is whether or not, when the town does produce their rezoning to control things like height and setbacks and all of those large rural homes we've all been talking about, whether those standards will be applied here. In this case, those bylaws that we've been discussing are for the rural area only. Once this is rezoned, it becomes a suburban residential zone. However, as I said, we're doing a site-specific amendment on this, so we could introduce that proposed lower height when we do this bylaw.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam, you had one last question?
You know, in condo code, usually the builders build everything, and this is going to be different, where you're asking each individual to buy vacant land and build. So house we are still okay, but the sewer system, people can make, shortcuts to build and then sell further. So is it possible if maybe the condo corporation is responsible for the septic system?
Try to answer that. So I think it's generally, traditional condos are very well understood. You've got a condo building, it has 100 units, the builder builds it and sells them. This form of condominium is becoming very common in Ontario, sort of outside the large urban centers. This is a vacant land condo. It's a well-known process, so I wouldn't say this is certainly anything new that we haven't dealt with before. What I would suggest is it would not be appropriate for the condominium to build the tertiary systems on each lot, because tertiary systems, as we know, are designed based on number of bedrooms, toilets, it's a calculation, but it is controlled by the town. So each building permit that comes in for each house has to demonstrate the form of private servicing for septic and would have to give the calculations based on that specific house design. If the owner put in the septic tertiary systems now, they could be in the wrong location, they could not be big enough, they could be too big. But certainly the town, through the Ontario Building Code, has the appropriate control to ensure that it's adequately sized.
Yeah, so that would be concern, if somebody is buying the one unit and buying to make it and sell, they can make shortcuts there for the septic, because you said there are some very well equipped that are doing very well. I don't know the difference, but there are some which are not, so they could be building that, making that to save money.
I don't believe there's any shortcuts. The Ontario Building Code is an Ontario legislative document that would control appropriate sizing.
Okay. I'm not saying about the sizing, about the system.
The older systems, I don't believe are used anymore. I mean, those are dated. The ones that I believe the town has, you'd have to confirm how old they are. Are they 10, 15 years old? I don't believe they're used anymore.
20 probably.
I think there are no shortcuts.
Okay.
Whoever buys it and has to build it and wants to build it still needs to come and get permission to build it.
Okay.
And so.
They're monitored by
Everything will
town?
be monitored and so on.
Okay.
It would just be a matter
Actually,
that you'll
it's
be
the-
dealing with different people.
The county would,
Yeah.
is the enforcer of the
We
building.
bought the house, so
It's monitored.
I just came up with this question. And what's the distance between each house? Is it very narrow? What's the, how?
In the zoning bylaw, so there are zoning bylaw setbacks. I believe they're 3 meters. Let me just pull up. With the new homes or the existing homes?
No, the ones that you are,
Believe they're side yard setback. There's 1.22 meters and 3 meters.
between each house?
That's the minimum in the zoning bylaw that applies to Purple Hill.
Probably not what's being proposed here. So the minimum is not, we're not trying to make this the minimum, as I understand it.
And what happens is in a zoning bylaw, you have a number of provisions. So you have front yard setback, side yards, and rear. But then you also have requirements for how much of the lot can be taken up by a building. And as we were talking about earlier, that's only 33%. So you couldn't build a house, I don't think, on these lots that had a 1.2 meter side yard setback and not be offside with lot coverage. Like, the lots are so big that naturally you're going to get bigger setbacks than are required in this, if that makes sense, in the zoning bylaw, because you're already constricted by how much floor area you can build.
They look like the houses that are on Buena Vista?
Well, maybe just as a suggestion through the mayor, certainly this will come back with a staff report. I have in my notes that we can prepare a quick sketch that shows a building envelope on each lot. So it would show what 30% on the lot would look like, and maybe the visual would just help, because it's hard to talk about conceptually about numbers and the lots aren't all the same shape. So we can certainly do that, come back with a staff report.
I'm just going to recognize Elaine, and then I'm going to close off the
Yes,
meeting.
thank you.
Thank you very
More
much.
information, yeah.
Elaine, you had your hand up?
Indeed, I have been patiently waiting to be recognized by the mayor. Thank you so much. And I appreciate all of the questions that are coming from residents, and they're very good ones. I don't think we've really answered the question about height of land. but I hear that the distance between the height of land of two properties is only 1 meter. Well, that would need to be looked at, but I do want to ask the question, does the town actually require 6 more units for development in such a way, in a concentrated area on 3.7 acres? Do we require that as part of our growth plan? Do we require any new growth?
I don't want to use terms that maybe have some legal meaning. I don't know that we're required to, but we had to, under the municipal comprehensive review by the province, which we did, or at least the county did, we have to plan for 2051 for a certain size of population, which at the time, I'm going on memory, was about 95,000 people in Dufferin County. And that number, the additions were spread out to all the municipalities in Dufferin, most of them going to the 3 municipalities with services. Going on memory, Mono had to plan for about, Mike help me, about 100 new lots over the next 30 years. I mean, we had to plan for it. That doesn't say we're required to have those houses, but we had to plan for it. And again, going on memory, Mike must have to help me. When we looked at our number of subdivisions or plans of subdivisions that were approved and ready to go, plus the number of vacant lots in the countryside, I think we almost had about enough. So we came out of that municipal comprehensive review, which was required by the province, basically almost okay in terms of what we had to plan for the next 30 years. Mike, did I get that roughly right?
Sounds right, but I think it's best left as a question that would be put as maybe responded to in the staff report by Caroline or by Deborah.
Well, and there's
to come back with the accuracy.
There's a great big asterisk next to that, and that is that's what the province is thinking today. Wait a week, and it may all change.
It changes every week.
Doing this on this 3.7 acres of farmland, as we've said, it's agricultural use, sets a precedent for this to happen anywhere, and I'm worried about it. And also, I just don't know that we need to move forward on something that's...
As I explained at the outset, this is a public meeting, an opportunity for members of the public to express their views, not so much for members of council to give their views. So I've been mindful in trying to strike a balance between our audience today and members of council, and I think at that, you had one more thing?
Just to add to that, just to clarify to your comment, 2 things. We do actually have accurate surveyed details on topography to know the grade change that's shown on the plan of condominium, so I wasn't estimating those numbers. That's based on actual topographical information in terms of the grade change. The second thing is that this is not agricultural land. This is a property that's designated for development that was within a settlement area, so it is not the removal of agricultural land. I can go back and look in terms of your comprehensive review to confirm it and work with town and county staff, but because this is designated land, I would have anticipated that through that review, this would have been identified as lands available to accommodate your housing need. They look overall at the county of your designated lands, and they basically do a acres calculation and average density and see if you need more boundary expansions through this process. So this is already in the urban boundary and designated, just for clarity.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate you doing that extra work. Thank you.
Thank you. On that note, I'm going to move a motion that we rise from a statutory public meeting. And we'll have a 10-minute recess and then resume to hear from our next delegation. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, we are out of the public meeting and we're on 10-minute break.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. And I have a motion that this report dated May 26, 2026 regarding draft plan of condominium and zoning bylaw amendment applications by Baker Planning Group, file CDP 2025-01 and ZBA 2025-01 be received, and that the comments presented at the statutory public meeting by council and members of the public be referred to staff to be addressed in a comprehensive report to a future council date. Do I have a mover for that? Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Magdalow. Any opposition? And that motion carries. And that brings us to our last delegation, and that is the Cardinal Woods Circle of Friends Party in the Park Space Special Event application. Come on forward. Great to see you.
And we're back.
I'm accused occasionally of trying to speed things up here, but that was a really good example.
Oh, thank you,
My habit.
Your Worship and members of the council, for having us here today. My name is Kim Moore, and I'm with Velvet Alcorn, and we're representing the Cardinal Woods Circle of Friends group. Okay, so for today, we're here to get a few things. One is the approval of a special events license for the annual end of summer party. Okay, the other one is the the approval to close the park this year. Something we haven't done in the past, but we want to be able to control access this year, seeing that it is a growing event. Okay, and the third would be to waive all applicable fees of the event. So this year, we're going to have the event on Sunday, September 13th from 12 to 5 in the Mono College Park. But first, let us go and review a little bit of history on this event.
So this will be our 5th annual event that we're having, and every year it's been fabulous. We started off with approximately 100 people the first year, had so many great reviews, continued it on, and the reason why we started it was right after COVID. And everybody was stuck in their homes. Everybody was a little nervous of everybody. So we wanted to get the community back together again and get the kids playing, the families talking, and to have like a big family picnic. So that's what we started. And like I said, it went really, really well. Every year it's grown more and more. And we have, it's a large family-oriented community, and we include Purple Hill, Kingfisher, Camilla, Island Lake, all of Mono. So we try to get our vendors in to make sure that we are community-fed. Our entertainment, our volunteers, we also have volunteers that we get in from the school to help out with their volunteer hours. Last year was about 500 attendees.
Just short of 500?
Yeah, so it's growing more and more. And we do attract all the neighborhoods within the community and want to continue on.
We're able to do this right now. Admission ticket is only $10, right? It's not out there to make money, and that includes all the bouncy castles and unlimited pony rides and petting zoo and the live band and everything for $10. So again, the committee's goal is to make something, provide an affordable, family-friendly community event that encourages participation from the residents and all visitors.
A portion of the events go to the local charity, and in the last 4 years, it's been the Deferred Caledon Victim Services. They're very near and dear to my heart, and they're the unsung hero. So any of the proceeds that have come in from our raffle, our 50-50 goes all to the Deferred Caledon Victim Services. So they've been very grateful for our event. They are there with the police, the fire department, the ambulance services to show our community that everybody's there for them.
And actually, they wrote us a nice letter last year to Cardinal Woods thanking us for all the efforts that we've been doing over the years, right? Every little bit helps, they said. So why the change this year? That we required a special events license, which we haven't done in the past. Because, again, it will support the public safety, capacity management. So having the campfire poets there this year, we anticipate we are going to have more interest in people coming.
All right, vendor coordination, just to get the vendors in and out. Emergency access plan, we have to come up with an emergency access plan, which you've seen in the documentation that we've done. And again, just overall event organization, I think, helps by limiting, closing the park, selling tickets, pre-tickets, seeing who's coming in and out of the park. Okay, and we believe this event is a very valued, annual community tradition now, great community spirit. And again, it supports a lot of the local businesses and family participation. And we're told by a bunch of mothers and families that it is what they look forward to now. It's something affordable that they can spend an afternoon at and not have to pay and pay and pay and pay. So we appreciate the council's consideration and ongoing support of our volunteer-led community initiatives. That's it.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize council for questions, but I'm wondering whether, with council's consent, we could jump to Kim Heaton's report and propose motion all at once, or do we want to deal with that later on?
Let's get questions.
Let's do the questions first. Ralph?
I'm so pleased to see you guys here. This sounds like a great event. I haven't attended, but one of my friends did, and he was very enthusiastic about it last year. I think it's a great thing to keep the community together. I have a question about finance. You've asked us to waive the fee, which is $500. You're charging, I presume you've charged before, have you, for this?
No.
No. this is the
We've
first-
not ever had a special events license.
Yeah.
I see. No.
We charge the
You should
people
charge.
coming
Oh,
in.
I'm sorry, I
So
thought you
there's
meant the fees.
$10 per wristband.
Yes.
And that's how we know that they've paid, so they can go on the
Right.
bouncy castles free and the pony rides and that.
And it just covers our costs.
Yeah.
So you don't have anything left over?
Yes, no.
There was not.
No, we're tight.
We do a lot of
Okay.
volunteer and extra
Yeah.
ourselves to
Yeah.
put into it.
Yeah.
Right. Just a question about the process. Why do you want to close off the park completely?
I guess it's because of we're required to close the park, I think, with a special events license, is my
I
understanding.
don't think so.
No. And also, I think we have a lot of people that will just come through. This way, we can limit the numbers, right?
Okay.
By allowing that. They have to buy a ticket. When the park is just open, anybody can come through, anybody can go to it. And we have no control over the numbers.
So people are going to enter from the main parking lot and also from the road, number 6.
The two main entrances, yes.
I see.
And we'll have those manned. They'll be manned with 3 to 4 different volunteers to make sure that they actually have a wristband on. And we are opening up the ticket sales through Eventbrite. Is that the name of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Eventbrite, and that they can contact us directly. We've been advertising through, for them to be able to get those tickets. I think this year, because we've got such a big name performing, and they are so popular in Dufferin County, that we want to make sure that the safety's there, because it is for the kids. And we don't want big crowds coming in and taking over and all that kind of stuff. We want to make sure that everybody's safe.
Okay, I think, so it's going to be manned. I think it'd be much more functional if it was womaned.
We'll have it womaned, too.
We'll have it woman, yeah.
Thank you very much for coming, and thank you for doing this. It's terrific that the community, that you can do something for 5 years in a row. That's great. I am concerned about safety. You know, a popular band, as you say, that this is a band that everybody's heard of. I don't know that I've actually ever seen them perform, but I certainly know the name. And so your emergency, you have an emergency plan for the first aid and so on, but how are the women at the door going to handle, since we decided
Woman
that we're
and
gonna
man.
be women?
Yeah.
How are you, yeah, like, what's the contingency for if there is,
We do have police.
oh, you do? Okay,
Yeah,
good.
they're on site. We have the police,
Yeah.
the ambulance on site.
Not just, okay, right,
paramedic.
but not, okay, so I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
misunderstood. When you said that, I thought more for, like we'd have at Winterfest, we've got the OPP flipping the burgers for us as a PR thing, not as a crowd control. So you've arranged to have.
We're making arrangements for that.
We notify them every year, we have to.
And
The
they're
paramedics
there
that they're
every
there.
year for us, so they're excellent.
Because that's important. And I also was not aware, because I've always been out of town, except for the very first year. I'm not aware that you had a beer garden before.
Yes.
And you've never had any trouble with the, I mean, alcohol.
You know what, it's a very minimal, in the past, it's been very minimal.
It's going
right?
down, yeah.
Because of the event it was. This year, we're thinking because of the probably older, not that we're old,
Yeah.
but crowd,
is, I'm not.
because of the campfire poets, as opposed to little kids or
Yeah.
anything, it's going to be more of a thing this year. So we just want to make sure we've covered everything with that.
And it still has to be, just like in your document, I mean, it still is a cordoned off area.
We'll
that we're allowed
cord
to
it
do
all
that
off,
in
and we're going to have a
Ontario, right?
limit of 100 people max. I don't think we're even going to come close to that, but we'll just make sure we do, because that kind of runs to having one staff bartender there for every 100 people. So we're just going to make it that 100 people max can go in there.
Because on the one hand of saying, the park is also open and we're having our event, then if something untoward happens, you can say, well, that was over, our event all went great. Now, if we close the
Because it's
park,
big.
this is all on
Us. Yes.
right?
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay,
yeah. And we make sure we have the appropriate insurance for that as well.
okay, great, thank you.
Elaine, I see you have your hand up, but I just indicate to Mike that the screen that I'm looking at here most of the time is frozen. So my apologies if I missed you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And thank you, ladies, for coming. I have in fact been to the event and thought it was fabulous.
Thank you.
Now, the stage at the time I attended was a bunch of different performers. One lovely young performer who was doing Frozen and all dressed up.
Oh, yeah.
Princess.
Princess.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I don't remember there being a beer garden. And kudos to you for getting the Campfire Poets, one of my favorite bands. And so I'm going to make sure that I'm able to come out and be part of the event. But I just want to say thank you, because it's through your efforts that you've continued to do this. I do want to ask, though, with the Campfire Poets being there, it's taking this to a different level, and it's like a little bit escalated from a community family picnic. And I wondered why the shift?
It's our 5th annual, so it's a big, important anniversary for us, and it's a big, important anniversary for the whole community to get together. So we still want it that family base. We still want it to be the family picnic thing. That's why we're still offering the petting zoo, the pony rides, the bouncy castles, face painting, all that kind of stuff. And we still want to keep that category down. With it being closed, that will allow us to be in control of that, instead of allowing every Tom, Dick, and Harry showing up and not having any involvement with the community at all. This is a community-based fair, and we want it to remain that
And
way.
we can restrict the numbers if necessary.
Okay, well, that's great, because I know when I was at that event, I met people who were from far away.
Yeah, yeah.
They heard about it on a radio or saw it on social media.
Yeah, on their
And they
radio.
were driving from somewhere to go home, and they said, let's go there. Anyway, so.
Oh, they just passed it. Well, this will have it ahead of time.
Yeah,
We'll know.
yeah. We'll know ahead of time.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for doing this. It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Well, I can personally attest to what you do. I don't think I've missed one.
No, you haven't.
And it is a lot of fun, and we do see a lot of neighbors. I have a question and then a comment. Parking, and how do we address the issue of our eager beaver bylaw officer going and handing out tickets, and is there any way that we can get some parking forgiveness on the county road as well as on our streets? Mindful that if somebody parks too close to an intersection, they deserve a ticket. If they
Yes.
block a driveway, they deserve a ticket. Is there any way that we can make the parking a little less problematic than it might otherwise be?
We actually live in a great location for this. So just across the street, we have a church, which has ample parking. I forgot about the Hampton Hotel is just down the road as well, and Watermark in our community. We have volunteers for parking. So what we do is on Hawthorne, we actually have pylons down, so no one can park on the one side for safety. So everybody, ambulance, even the animals can come in and out safely, right?
When she says
With
animals,
access.
she means the kids.
Yes. So, yeah, we have different ample areas that they can park in. It doesn't have to be all in the community. And then Dufferin Road 16, yes, we've parked there. There's actually like a shoulder, and we can go all the way up there too, and it doesn't impede anything.
I'm just wondering, as a courtesy to our delegation, whether we could go to Kim's report and the subsequent motion recommending the issuance of a special events license. Is there any objection to doing that? Because I think you'd like to know the outcome of that, that proposal. Kim, do you have any thoughts? Or does council agree with jumping the agenda?
That's fine.
I'm fine to move ahead and speak to my memo.
Go ahead.
I brought this memo forward to council because this being the first year that they have requested for the park to be closed down, and in anticipation as well as to the number of people, the crowd that the campfire pulse is going to draw. This is something that differs from previous years. So when we looked at everything, we knew it was no longer going to be the community-based picnic, which kudos to the group, the Circle of Friends, because they've created an incredible community and beyond event out there that every recreation director should be so lucky as to have a group like this to work with within the municipality. So just making sure all the i's are dotted and t's are crossed is the reason for my memo, speaking to the different bylaws. And with everything that's going forward in this community event, to issue a special event license would be deemed appropriate by the writer and by the other staff that I have communicated with. Once you do give a special event license, that then exempts the noise bylaw. So you would then, they would be able to go ahead without also having to have a noise an exemption from the noise bylaw.
Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe I missed it, but I noticed in both Kim's report and in the prepared resolutions that you have, it doesn't mention anything about waiving the fee. Is that, did I hear that is on the table? If it's not in your report, Kim, and it's not in your prepared motion?
And they requested that.
What?
And they requested
Yeah,
that.
there is a way of amending the motion that I have.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you.
So any other questions and agreement that we jump to Kim's report and subsequent recommendation? I know we should stick to the agenda as printed, but I think as a courtesy, we should let them know what our decision is.
I didn't say we weren't going to let them know what it was. It was to have it on spot without having a complete full discussion. Can you can you answer to me, please, why you want an exemption from the fee?
Because we are on a tight schedule, and we go to the local companies for sponsorship. The money that it costs for the ponies and for the petting zoo, for the rental of the bouncy castles, it's expensive. And we're very, very tight every year, and we're paying the poets, and it's costly.
And we didn't want to raise the price of admission.
No.
I think they've become accustomed to the $10.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I think I might sneeze. Just in follow-up, though, So we have, I don't know what the cost to the town will be with respect to, if you were to rent a town hall, we would have to clean the washrooms and clean the floor and so on. But in a park, we also have to do things to prepare for you to have an event, make sure that there's no tripping hazards and things like that, and then the cleaning up afterwards, I suppose, goes to you, but still,
We do.
there's still a cost to the town. I ask Kim. Why is it green?
Don't know. There we go. So a couple of comments. So in the past, the town has required for this event to get an additional portalette on site to be able to handle the number of people. So normally, the town's rule of thumb is one portalette or water closet for every 100 expected people. What we've done in the past, because there is one water closet already on site, it's our public washroom that we do have, fortunate enough to have at Mono College Park, is the group has also needed to bring in one additional or two additional portalettes, which the town has absorbed the cost for those portalettes as part of our what do you call it? It's part of our support. Thank you very much for the event. That's been written, that's part of the budget for Mono College Park. We don't have anything further than that. So the group is going to need, if they're in anticipation of 500 people, they are going to need to have the three water closets that they already have, which the town absorbs the cost for two. They're going to need to bring in another two water closets or portalettes. So those are costs that now they're going to have to absorb over and above what they're used to. As far as the damage is concerned, if there is any damage, if council deems, we can ask for a damage deposit of approximately $2,000. And if there is damage to the park, I will tell you, there's never been any damage to the park. We've never had any challenges with additional cleanup. But if that is the case, then we can ask for a damage deposit on a credit card or whatever, and should there be damage, then we will be able to take it from the damage deposit. That's the same as what we do with our rentals of our facilities, is we do ask, they actually have to pay up front the damage deposit. So that would be something that we could certainly, I'm sure, coordinate with them. But other than that, they are going to have to absorb the additional cost for the portalette, which will probably run to the tune of close to $500 for them.
So follow up?
Go ahead.
So in follow-up to that, I'm certainly not asking you for a damage deposit, nor assuming that there's going to be any damage or whatever, except these are the kind of contingencies that you have to, once we want to make it from being a nice little picnic where everybody is an owner in the park, right? It's your neighbors, so I'm not going to litter, to it's people who are coming from far and wide to see this awesome band in our wonderful community. They're unknowns, right? So I think we just need to be prepared that something may be there, right?
We will be advertising only locally, though.
Right,
We're hoping to get that.
right, but I mean, and even every year, we get further and further afield on the number of people who come to our Winterfest, because we do have wonderful events here, right? So I only just bring that up as that we already are supporting you, and that we do have a fee, and we waive the fees all the time for everybody, so I kind of wonder why the heck we have the fees, but, so you never know. Each year is a whole new game because I'm feeling like there's not going to be a fee. But yeah, these are things that we do need to consider, right? That there isn't a necessarily an outlay cost of a damage or whatever, a deposit, but there still is potentially, work that we don't tally where the staff goes, but the staff does still. To tidy up after one event makes it so that they're not able to be doing something else, right?
Yeah, and we do put that into our day, is at the end of the day, the volunteers all have to help us pick all the garbage up, and we do not leave any garbage lying around.
I'm sure you don't. Kim had her hand up again.
Just a couple of things. Under our special events bylaw, section number 11, it does indicate, 4.11, it does indicate that there will be a maximum number of, we will need to know what the maximum number in attendance is anticipated to be. So in other words, you'll have to tell us, we're going to sell 500 tickets, we're going to sell 600 tickets. So we are going to need to know that in advance. And just the other thing is, this group, I've worked with them now for the last 5 years, and they know they're not allowed to bring any loads of dirt or any loads of gravel or anything like that onto the property. So I'm not anticipating. And the animals that are there, you don't ever know. That's always the rule of thumb. You can bring animals on site as long as I never know that they were there. And I've never had a problem.
And our participation at the event itself, most of the people are coming and going, especially if they have kids. The kids are going to stay from noon to 5. So they're coming, spending a couple hours and then going, especially at the price of $10. I mean, it's not like they're paying $100 for a concert. They're coming and going.
Yeah, I just wanted to say there's no question about waiving the $500 fee. These are all volunteers who are doing a wonderful job for the town. In fact, I wonder if we shouldn't be paying them for doing this as a service to the people of our town. So I have no problem waiving the $500 fee.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Elaine?
Thank you. Where is the $500 fee?
For the festival permit.
The permit fee.
Kim? It's probably the 1984 bylaw.
Yes, it is. It's listed in the bylaw 84-23, and I'll find the spot here. I actually have it open.
Number 3, the applicant for the license should pay $500, because further on it says a deposit of $1,000, and I'm going, oh, okay, I got it.
Yeah.
So we don't need a deposit of $1,000, or do we?
Kim is shaking her
On
head.
C3.
Kim is shaking her head.
No, we don't need that. Okay, so the $500 is from number 3. To grant the license, there's a $500 fee to the treasurer. Okay, so we're saying we don't want to charge you that fee. And is there any request here for an exemption to the noise bylaw?
Kim?
As you will note in the special events bylaw, it is indicated that once this has been granted, the special events license, then you are exempt from having to get, it overrides the noise bylaw, so they will not need to get an exemption from the noise bylaw.
Right.
The other thing I also want to just bring forward too, additional expenses that they're going to have this year is for those paid duty officers that they had already, that they spoke of, that they will be having on site. So again, additional monies that they have not had to spend in the past.
Good price.
Matt?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Creelman. The other thing, I just noticed I heard there's going to be pylons on Hawthorne. And so, like, any occupation of the roadway needs to be circulated to Public Works for a permit for road occupancy, so.
It's just down the side.
I know, there's still
People don't
liability.
park in front of the mailboxes or the curb.
There's still liability associated
Oh,
with it.
okay.
So as long as we're circulating on it, and then with respect to parking on the county road, that as long as the county's aware of that, and there's no interruption to their services, so if you've just.
We'll make sure. So reach out.
Yeah, reach out.
To you about,
Yeah,
okay.
please, thank you.
And in terms of your local promotion, I think it's critical to promote those alternative parking opportunities.
Yeah. Okay.
Though I wouldn't tell people that they could park in the hotel.
No,
Yeah.
It's private.
unless we get that cleared.
Unless you go
Yeah.
talk to them.
Right.
Yeah.
So if there's no further questions or comments, I do have a motion stemming from Kim's report that staff recommends that council approve the issuance of a special event license under the Festivals and Parades bylaw to the Cardinal Woods Circle of Friends for holding a festival in Mono College Park on Sunday, September 13th, 2026, from 12 o'clock noon to 5 p.m., subject to compliance with all conditions outlined in Bylaw 84-23, deemed to be required and administered by the town clerk, and further that we waive any fee. Moved by Councillor Davey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any further comment?
Your worship, any application fee?
Right.
Didn't we decide that the fee?
You just waived it in the motion.
I know, but there's a deposit of $2,000 for damages.
I didn't get the sense that council thought that that was necessary.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I could be wrong.
So
I mean,
all,
if somebody wants to
so
have
all
that.
fees, all fees?
No.
This time, this year.
We know where you live.
Yes, exactly. True.
Okay, and again, thank you, before I call the vote, thank you again for the work you do, and I think Fred said it best, we should be paying you to do this as opposed to putting you through the hoops, but thank you again.
Well, we'd like to thank Mono as well, because you've always supported us, so we really appreciate it. We couldn't do it without you.
We haven't passed the motion yet.
Oh,
No,
geez.
no. No, it's okay, it's okay. So any opposed to this motion? And I see none, it passes unanimously.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
So about bylaw 8423, did anybody notice how the back of the typewriter,
Oh,
the
yeah.
big S stuck? We need to fix this.
That typewriter is probably in our vault, somewhere. It's the only bylaw that we work with infrequently. I think Ralph got one year for the pollinator garden that is in typewritten form.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite unique,
Yes.
and it's probably on parchment. Okay,
What are we doing now?
so
Lunch.
I said 12:30, Fred.
Yeah, we said 12:30.
My stomach says no.
Okay, let's try and knock off a few additional things. So next item on the agenda is the motion that I raised, and actually Ralph was going to move it for me, and that is having to do with my candidacy for a nomination on the Rural Caucus Board of AMO. You move it. Do we have a seconder? Melinda seconds. Any debate, discussion?
So did I move it, or did somebody else?
No, Fred
step in?
jumped
Oh,
in.
you wanted it, okay.
Ralph, do you want to do it?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. If elected, I promise to make us proud. Anyone opposed to it? Then that motion carries. Next motion is another one of mine having to do with the Beaver Creek Daycare on Highway 10. And it's requesting the province to recognize that area as a community safety zone, which only they can do. We don't have the ability to do it as we have for our local roads. There've been serious accidents there, and I think there needs to be more signage. And people who drive aggressively and unsafely should be fined in accordance with a community safety zone as opposed to a normal stretch of highway. Would you like me to read the motion that we can, I can?
It's okay.
Okay. So whereas Beaver Creek Daycare is located at 635193 Highway 10 in Mono between side roads 20 and 25, and whereas speeding and careless driving has become chronic on Highway 10 with serious accidents occurring in front of Beaver Creek Daycare, and therefore be it resolved that Mono Council asks the Minister of Transportation to immediately release the long overdue operational performance review of Highway 10 in Dufferin County, and also petitions the Minister of Transportation and the Solicitor General to create and install signage for a community safety zone along Highway 10 in proximity to Beaver Creek Daycare, and that this motion be forwarded to the Premier, Minister of Transportation, Solicitor General, and Minister of Correctional Services and the MPP for Dufferin Caledon. I'd like to move this if I can. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Deputy Mayor. Any further debate, discussion? Melinda?
I think this is, this is nice. It's unfortunate. I mean, I know that the daycare is new, that property has been empty for a long time, and so it was terrific that a new business wanted to come along, and it certainly is within the list of the things that were labeled as possible businesses that could go there, so there was no rezoning or anything that had to happen and so on, but one does question, putting businesses on Highway 10, that have people turning, or that have a volume of traffic turning into them, right? I mean, I'm skeptical that this is going to do anything for anybody, because you can't lower the speed limit. You put up some more signs. I mean, so I don't know. I'm almost like, this is great. It is. And to petition them to do something or whatever, but it's more like we should be considering, asking our duty OPP people to hang out there and catch these people who are speeding at kiddie drop-off and pick-up time,
I'm going to be doing that as well at the Police Services Board.
So I have no problem with it. I just am, I think location, right? I mean, anything on Highway 10 turning, because otherwise, what do you have? You have a stop sign, or you have changing of the speed limits, or you have traffic lights everywhere. I mean, Highway 10. I thought they did release some of the report. It's just
They have not released the full report.
But they did the Caledon part. They just haven't.
Yeah. The Caledon report a portion has been released. An executive summary has been shared with County Council, but that was over a year ago, and they still haven't released the full report.
And so they think that I haven't seen that. So does that their road is great and carry on, or is there some recommendations?
Actually, they acknowledge that there are deficiencies that should be addressed. One of the recommendations is signalization at Camilla, which is long overdue.
Yep.
It was a much better report than I expected, but for some reason or another, they're sitting on it.
Okay. All right.
And just to the issue of living on Highway 10 or working on Highway 10 or having a business, I saw some very, very hurtful posts on social media that suggested that these people shouldn't have located their business there, that they should know better, and they should be somewhere else in the town. And it made me think, well, what about the people, the residents who live on Highway 10, who are exiting their driveways and entering their driveways? The same danger applies to them as to a business. And I thought, how insensitive.
Well, yes, and when I was campaigning the last time and knocking on those doors on Highway 10, because I wanted to meet the people, like, who lives here, right?
Yeah.
And wonderful people who had lived, the ones that I knocked on the door and they answered, have been here for a long time and have watched the road change over time, right?
Yeah.
So something needs to be done and in other places in the world where, in Ontario, where there's been development around in a big highway and stuff, then there becomes a service road. And like, there's lots of ways to as long as somebody acknowledges that there's a problem. So
There's a problem. Anyways, Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I just, it did beg the question to me about licensing. Because I recall when the nice little daycare that was going to open in Hockley, they had to do some traffic review. So who is the licensing body for the daycare?
Well, there's a division of MTO called Corridor Management, and I don't think that they would be engaged here because it is an established, long-standing entrance into what used to be a restaurant way back in the dark days. So again, I can't hold it against the daycare that they are where they are. What I have the problem with is the way that people drive in general, and specifically in front of that facility.
True enough, Mr. Mayor, but you know, who licenses daycares?
Well,
The province?
Yeah. But they, but
And so-
when we did the
I-
Hockley thing, sorry. Sorry.
So if the province licenses daycares, why would they require the little Hockley to do some traffic investigation and not all, you know, all daycares? And so maybe at the time of licensing, we could have installed something serious to control the traffic instead of having to deal with it after the fact, and accidents and near accidents for terrifying people, like, you know, a little bit of a proactive approach rather than where we are now, that's all.
Well, but just to clarify, remember it was a very small turnaround on a road that didn't have a whole lot of traffic, but still is a thoroughfare, and it was the idea that you're dropping off, you're hoping to have 15 kids come, but you've only got room for 2 cars in your driveway to be dropping them off. So there would have been a backlog of cars out at drop-off and pickup. In contrast to this place, which has ample parking and looks on paper as a terrific spot for this kind of a business, right?
Exactly. And when the Little Sprouts daycare in Hockley Village came up, they had other licensing issues that they needed to address, but we had a good discussion at County Council about the entrance onto Hockley Road. And you know, surprisingly, they agreed with Fred and my motion to declare that a community safety zone, which it currently is. So we do have the precedent of community safety zones in front of daycare facilities.
Excellent. And safety in school zones too, so.
Okay, I've read the motion, I think. I have a mover and seconder. Any opposition to the motion? No. Okay, and that motion is carried, and let's go and have a very quick lunch. Can we not?
There's 2 people in the audience who want to stay for the later part. Can we invite them in for lunch?
Oh, I don't see why not.
There's probably enough there.
Number 4, if we dealt with number 4 before lunch.
Fred, are you up to dealing with number 4? And you're here on that, specifically on that motion of Councillor Davies?
Yeah, you are, Jenny is, but
Yeah.
I don't know about Sharon.
Sharon, are you here for that or just observing?
No, I am here actually for the climate action.
Okay, so let's tackle climate action after lunch, if we can. And Councillor Davey, would you like to go ahead with your motion? Would you like me to read it and then get it on the floor?
Sure.
Whereas Mono has a raising and lowering of flags policy, which was originally approved by Council in 2011 as a flag at half-mast policy and amalgamated with the flag raising policy developed by the DEI Committee in 2022 to accommodate requests from the community to raise commemorative flags, and whereas public awareness of our community groups is desirable, and flag raising is one way of achieving this, and whereas regrettably it has brought about significant harmful divisive behavior on the town's social media channels, generating a public platform for exclusion and racism to occur, and whereas the goal of the community recognition is to support groups or organizations that in the town of Mono foster the spirit of community and understanding to enrich our collective quality of life, we must also look at other ways to ensure Mono is a safe place for all. And whereas the town of Mono's strategic plan outlines our vision statement, the town of Mono will be a safe, a sustainable municipality where the new economy, our environment and community and our natural heritage can flourish in harmony. And whereas several larger neighboring municipalities have also experienced increasing controversy and community conflict, notably Toronto, Mississauga, and Milton, leading to their decision to rescind their community flag raising at their government offices in favor of other community recognition avenues to provide a safe and secure environment for all their residents. And whereas the Canadian flag flown at all municipal offices and community halls is inherently representative of community groups in Canada, and whereas our municipal flag is representative of the natural heritage features of this land that we call the town of Mono a land for all our communities to share, those natural heritage features being the plow representing our farmland, and food production, the fish representing our waterways, as we are the headwaters for the Credit, Humber, and Nottawasaga rivers, and the tree representing our forests and beautiful viewscapes. And lastly, the skier representing recreational opportunities in our municipality available for all. And whereas the town of Mono flag is removed in place of various community flags, we support, as we have 2 flagpoles at Town Hall. And whereas flying the only official government flags would avoid conflict and ameliorate risk for all, and whereas there are other ways the town of Mono actively supports community groups, such as our community tables at Winterfest and our Mono community group proclamations at council throughout the year, therefore be it resolved that 1, the town of Mono fly solely our national and municipal flags at Town Hall. 2, that staff amend our raising and lowering of flags policy. 3, that staff, along with the Recreational Advisory Committee in conjunction with the DEI Committee, endeavor to recognize and support all the communities in Mono with other initiatives, including but not limited to a new summer session celebratory community recognition event in the town of Mono in the near future. And that's moved by Councillor Davey. Is there a seconder?
I'll second it to get it on the floor.
Okay.
Wow.
There we go. I like that practice.
Jenny wanted to speak about it. Jenny Shaw.
Well, let's let council talk about it and then if you feel it necessary to address it. Okay. And that would be a departure from our normal process. Anyways, Melinda, do you want to set the table?
Well, I mean, it's a very long motion with the idea of giving enough information ahead of time. I think that the, last week we had a question about racism in the town. We've had a DEI committee with minutes on our agendas for the last number of weeks or months since it's been around. We've got two on today's agenda, right? The number 3 and number 4 in the schedule. So there's things happening. Oops, pardon me. There are things happening that it would be nice if it didn't happen. And so I put this forward as a way for us to review and cut things off at the pass instead of waiting until something really unforeseen happens.
Thank you. Fred, and then I am going to recognize Jenny because I realized that you were in the question period stream and we asked you to sit back and wait for the debate. But Fred, go next.
Yeah, I wanted to say, yes, I seconded the motion to put it on the floor, but I'd like actually, I think, to speak against the motion, Councillor Davey, because you make some very good points, and I don't like some of the ugliness that have come up as a result of our flag raising policy, but my vision for the town of Mono is that we, notwithstanding some people who don't agree with us, that we open our arms and say we are welcoming and inclusive of all groups, and if some of those groups want us on occasion to raise a flag as per our policy, then I think we should do it if it makes them feel more welcome. That's why I'm nervous about your motion that says we should rescind that policy. So I think, unless my fellow councillors can convince me otherwise, that I'm going to be voting against this motion.
Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Fred. I do support what you're saying. And I was disappointed that we didn't just actually ask the DEI committee, who did come forward to make an influence on the flag raising policy, for them to deliberate on this. It's not too late. We could say send this back to the DEI committee. And in fact, further on in the agenda, there is a request from them for the Pride Day flag. So I would just like to say that Canada prides itself on being multicultural. It's not without its challenges. We are not the neighbor's melting pot. We recognize and respect and want to appreciate and be familiar with all of the cultures that make up the Canadian populace. And so to me, us actually putting these flags up allows the opportunity for education, for appreciation of those divergent groups that we have in our community. And so I probably will not support this motion. And so, thank you.
Jenny, would you like to come forward? Just mindful that, pretend that you're back at the beginning of question period.
I'm back. Well, I have to say it's a huge relief to hear from the councillors just recently with your opinions on this motion, because I am fiercely against it. I think that it sets a terrible precedent. I think it takes us back. Later on, you will be discussing some DEI training that the DEI committee has recommended, and I think that that hopefully would give a little bit more perspective, perhaps, with why this flag raising, although mostly symbolic, is an action. And proclamations are great, but actions are sort of what carries you forward. I prepared a very succinct 250 words on this topic, but I don't think necessarily I need to say it because I see the way that the conversation is going, and I deeply appreciate it because I was a little bit unsure about what the climate was in here, and being on the DEI committee, that was really disappointing, and the reason that I came to this meeting today.
Thank you. I have two issues with the motion. The first is I take exception to a whereas, whereas regretfully it has brought about significant harmful division behavior on the town's social media channels. Is it really the town's, or is it the site that pretends to be the town's?
No, well, no, I'm not even addressing that. It was our own Facebook page that Andrew had to stop the comments on. This is big, and when we can carry on with the flags, but if you think that raising a flag for somebody is doing something, I disagree. We stand there and we take a picture, and the flag flies, but it takes down our flag, which really does represent all of us. And I'm proposing, we can keep the flags going if everybody is closed-minded about it, but I do think that there are other ways in 2026 now that the town of Mono could be really, truly educating all of our people here who are in all the community groups. And I'm not talking just culturally, or it's all of the different groups that make up Mono. There aren't enough days, months, because we raise, as I said earlier, we raise our policy is to raise them for a month. So for a whole month, the flag goes up for somebody and our flag goes down, which is actually representative of all of us. So I still would put forward that in conjunction with the Recreation Committee and the DEI Committee, that we endeavor to support all the communities in Mono with other initiatives, including a celebratory community recognition event, which would be something that people could come and really, because the people who come to fly the flags, because for the last 4 years I've gone to each one that we've put up, except for the last one, it's the people whose flag it is. And then we end up with comments back about why are we putting up that flag and not my flag? And it defeats the purpose as to the actual, I'm there when we flew the Ukrainian flag and when we've flown the Sikh flag, I'm there as the representative of the town and actually learn and communicate with the people and why you want your flag up and everything. But the actual masses that drive past and don't even actually drive past Town Hall really, because the majority of our population busies themselves in a different part of town. They don't even see the flag. So if everybody is really feeling that this is something, this is not a Councillor Davey idea. Places where that aren't melting pots, Elaine, Toronto, the biggest multicultural city in the world, has had problems with this. Mississauga has just, Milton. They're, one by one, they're coming in. So what I was hoping to do would be to have it so that we are attuned to that there is racism out there, and what we're doing with the flags is not helping it, and it's not, then the flag isn't enough days for all of the different communities who don't even have a flag, but are separate communities in our broad town of Mono. Is there some other way that they could be supported that would be more valuable to all of us? That's what this is about.
Ralph?
So, Melinda, you and I belong to the favored majority, and we have not had the experience of being a minority that had trouble being accepted and had to look behind their back, etc. And I think it's wonderful that we support minorities. I think that you're minimizing the value of putting the flag up. You've heard some people come. I wasn't at the last one where the Sikh flag was put up, but I was told that the presentation of the people who spoke on the behalf of the Sikhs was very telling, very meaningful, and they were very appreciative of this. It meant a big thing to them. It wasn't just a minor thing. And I say the next thing I say partly in jest, but Mike is going to have a real problem with this, because half the news outlets in Ontario are going to be after him to ask what we're doing or why we're doing it. And that's exactly what happened in the township of Norwich. You know, the township of Norwich banned the flag, and they banned it for various reasons, probably religious. And all the newspapers around picked this up, and it was all over the place. And a year later, they rescinded it because of the pressure, and now they are put the flag. Now, you have mentioned Toronto, and you mentioned Mississauga, and I think it's a little bit out of context, because Toronto has not banned the flag for special interest groups like Pride or for Black History Month. Toronto has banned the flag for foreign national flags only, and that's it. And Mississauga has banned the flag for foreign national flags, but not for interest groups. They're all supporting them, and they're all putting up the Pride flag right now. So I think it's an error to put that in here that we're following them. We would be creating except for the township of Norwich, we'd be creating a new history, and boy, we get noted for it.
Again, detail is kind of important, that yes, the city of Toronto and the city of Mississauga, whose motion went into effect in April, and their full motion's coming out in month of June, so we can hear about it, read about it then. It is national and religious, which I would argue, we've had some questions on that one. National and religious flags flying at government offices. Those towns have lots of other locations and a commemorative flagpole someplace else and so on. They'd have other avenues. They have the tower. The Toronto will light up the tower, and what was it, blue the other day for Drake. So they have other areas that they have over the years had ability to have a real community recognition program going on. And so far, the little town of Mono has only done taking our flag down, the Mono flag down, and putting another flag up at our government offices. So I'm suggesting that we don't do that at our government offices, and that we come up with other ways to do things. So that's why it was so lengthy, because the detail is important. I am not misrepresenting what the other towns or the other cities. I am merely telling you that there has been in our social realm, the flag raising has been a problem, and we could avoid it if we didn't do it. But
Yeah, and then Elaine, and then I've had a request to call the question.
So what's your sentence says?
I got to deal with that.
Sorry, What your sentence says here is it's leading to their decision to rescind their community flag raising at the government offices. That's just wrong.
No, at the government offices, in contrast to their commemorative parks and things. The government office is, in itself, is here, Town Hall. This is, and their City Hall.
But they're not-
They have commemorative, the town of Mississauga has a totally separate place where they have a commemorative flagpole for other things, not at their government offices. So that's it. My point at the very end, be it resolved, that we come up with other ways of doing this, because I think that this is headed towards not being very inclusive in the end, because there's only so many months to put up flags, there's only so many communities that have flags, and there are other communities that should be recognized as well. But call the question.
Elaine, I know you had your hand up, but would you mind if we called the question?
I just wanted to suggest that we send this back to the DEI committee and that we look at our local areas and not Toronto, and let them come back and tell us what they think. But so call the question. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to call the question. I think sending it off to the DEI committee is sort of contrary to the intent of the question, the motion. So I've read the motion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is lost. Let's break now for no more than 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
are under bylaws, correspondence, etc. And the next item on the agenda is the Headwaters Streams Committee, Whitetail Refuge Property.
Point of order.
Yep.
Your worship, I don't believe I have a conflict of interest, either directly or indirectly, on this next item. The motion is simply for the Headwater Streams Committee to give some money to the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority. But because the property on which the work is being done is the Bruce Trail, and I'm a member of the Bruce Trail, in case there's any public perception that I have a conflict of interest, I'm going to declare one and leave the room.
Okay. And if you could follow up in writing?
Yes.
Okay, I have a motion, whereas the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority is undertaking important work on Bruce Trail's Whitetail Refuge property in Mono in an effort to rehabilitate Mono Center Creek, and whereas it is important that we assist where we can the rehabilitation of cold water streams which provide critical habitat for brook trout, and whereas the Headwaters Streams Committee has $2,875.03 in its bank account, and whereas the Headwaters Streams Committee needs permission from the town of Mono to spend any money, therefore be it resolved that Mono Council authorizes the Headwaters Streams Committee to commit $2,800 towards this project. Do I have a mover? Councillor Magdalene moves, seconded by Councillor Capes. Discussion, questions? And can I just clarify that this isn't actually taxpayers' dollars? This is money that is effectively administered by us and released on motion.
That's certainly how it's been explained every time that they've come and so on. And I wonder, why is that? Why do we administer it? Treasurer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Initially, the committee was set up with a council contribution to the budget. We're talking a couple terms of council ago, and since then, they've been basically financed through private donations.
Right, so because it was a council committee, that's why we still, like, is there some other way that they could administer and do things for themselves without us?
I think originally when the committee was first set up, that was how it was set up, that before they were to spend any money, they were to advise council and get approval. It's just the initial setup.
Donations, and there is an issue about a tax receipt and so forth, as I understand it.
Yeah, the CAO at the time determined that it should be a trust account withheld with the town, as it would make donations, donators, for lack of a better word, feel comfortable that it was being exercised and spent properly.
Oh, right, so, sure, because there's money involved, but it does, I mean, it's not like council has ever done anything. It's always presented to us as it's their own money anyway, so we're just asking to use it. Here, they're going to use all their money, save for $75.03. So, I mean, maybe we could wind it down and they could do their own thing.
Well, that's always a motion in the future. In the meantime, we have a motion on the floor.
I think that's a good idea. It seems kind of...
Oh, sorry, microphone, Councillor Minton.
I'm sorry. I was just commenting that I thought that Councillor Davies' suggestion was a good one. It seems kind of perfunctory that we go through this process.
Maybe we should consult with them first?
Yes.
So I have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Any opposed? That motion is carried. Next motion is a resolution of advice from the Climate Action Committee regarding a green knowledge matter, whereas the Council of the Town of Mono created a Climate Action Committee in 2026, and whereas the committee's terms of reference included communicating and sharing knowledge with our community about climate change, And whereas the committee understands that knowledge can produce strength in decision-making, and whereas it can be difficult for a resident to get reliable information about the many mitigation and adaptation measures that relate to climate change, and whereas the CAC proposes that the town of Mono have a Green Knowledge Festival to further the community's climate change understandings, and furthermore that the council consider this festival a town event, a Town of Mono event organized by the CAC committee, and that the CAC is considering holding this festival at Menorah Park on October 18th, 2026. I have a mover for that. Councillor Capes moves, seconded by Councillor Nix. Discussion, questions? Councillor Capes?
Thank you. I just wonder what is the associated budget that goes with this resolution?
Well,
yes, thank you. That's a critical question, in my opinion. I'm going to ask Les if he could outline the answer to that.
Thank you, Councillor. In my discussions with Councillor Mangtolo, if there are any budgetary amounts, we do have the $5,000 budgeted under the Climate Committee. It was set up as a transfer to reserve, but during budget discussions, Council did say if any climate-type project was brought forward, Council would have the ability to repurpose all or some of those funds towards that event. So that's one source. I'm assuming being held at Menorah, there's some sort of rental fee. I have to confirm that with the rec director. So there's that cost. To cover that cost, council has in the past made a donated rental. So basically it's an in and out on the books. The hall would be given credit for the revenue, and council donation line would have a hall donated amount.
Any questions?
Through you, Your Worship, thank you for that response. But my question, thank you for knowing where some source of money would be. What is the associated cost of hosting this event? Is what I was trying to understand.
Through the mayor, thanks, Elaine. So we just got rid of got the source of the money taken care of. And what is it? The amount? The amount will be whatever we're going to be charged for the use of the hall, plus an additional amount for posters to support and promote it, and there may be some food costs. We're probably looking at about $500 plus the hall cost.
And so there are no outdoor speakers involved, or?
Actually, if Your Honor, if I could make a suggestion, Sharon Somerville is the head of the Education Subcommittee of the CAC, and the Education Subcommittee brought this motion or recommendation forward, and I'm going to suggest that she tell us a little bit about how the festival is going to function, including whether things are outdoors, as Lillian has asked.
Very, very quickly, Sharon.
Nice.
Hi, Elaine. Thanks for your question. I can either read a short synopsis or answer the question directly.
Please summarize.
Okay. In answer to your question, Elaine, we don't expect that there would be costs for speakers, although we are discussing perhaps a small honorarium or travel costs for gas. But very often, in a situation like this, speakers will forego any kind of honorarium or remuneration. Plus, most of the people will be inviting to the event will be local or at most regional. So we aren't actually anticipating a lot of costs that way.
Could you tell us a little bit more about what's going to go on at the festival?
Absolutely. So the festival will be family-friendly event. Some of the events being considered are children's activities, nature hike, speakers, demonstration, interactive activities, and food. So examples of mitigation technology, which is one of the key focuses of the event, would be solar energy, heat pumps, electric vehicles, retrofitting, climate-resilient gardening, and regenerative farming. So we're hoping to showcase local producers, so inviting perhaps someone like Fiddlefoot Farms to come and have a farm produce table, and have people come to speak about some of their expertise in things like climate-resilient gardening. And we're really hoping to engage and educate the community on those technologies and other knowledges that will help residents understand and deal with the impact of climate change on our community. That's really the focus. And we do want to share reliable and current information about mitigation and adaptation measures that are available to Mono residents.
Any questions or comments? Go ahead.
This sounds like a great idea. What's the urgency to have this 8 days before the election? What's the urgency to have it now as opposed to really get all the ducks in a row and have it during the new session?
So post October the 26th then. One of them would be weather, because we would like to have as much as possible outside. We are hoping to invite EV dealerships so that people can, really poke around an EV, perhaps go for a drive. And that we would really prefer to have in nicer weather rather than weather that might be questionable on that day. I think the other thing too is to highlight local producers, farm products, holding it again post mid-October. The weather is a problem.
I'm saying in 2026, what is the pressure to have it in 2026 and not have it in 2020, the planning, and have it in 2027?
I guess in general, Melinda, we'd like to have that information out there earlier rather than later. Because for so many people to look at something like a retrofit project or the, introduction of solar panels, looking at converting to a heat pump is a big financial decision. And so more time, to make those considerations looking at an implementation in 2027, rather than holding it in 2027, we think would just be, it's just better to move on this earlier rather than later, given the urgency around the need for climate action.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, I'll call the question.
Okay.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you. Oh, did Elaine? Okay. Well, it passed. Next item has been addressed. Final item is a memo from Kim on pickleball court hours.
I think there was number 7.
There's 7 and 8.
Oh, the early bird, pardon me, the early bird, my apologies.
And there's 8 too.
And so I have a motion that whereas protection of the natural environment and support of nature is a long established value in the town of Mono, and whereas Council for the Town of Mono created a climate action committee, and whereas the town has accepted the need for strong climate action and recognizes that this requires the town's leadership and the personal involvement and commitment of its empowered community, and whereas the CAC mandate includes providing advice to council and staff and community, and whereas the CAC has developed a project to identify the times of arrival of migrating birds to Mono, called the Early Bird Arrival Project, and therefore that the CAC recommends that council consider supporting the Early Bird Arrival Project, and that the CAC is requesting that the CAC organize and administer an EA, the Early Bird Arrival Project, and that there is no budget requirement, although a donation to Nature Canada would be welcome. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Magdalow. Any discussion, debate on that? Okay, seeing none, motion is carried. Then we have, the next motion is whereas to achieve the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee's mandate to provide recommendations on opportunities for education and awareness programs for the community, town, council, and staff on anti-racism, diversity, equity, and inclusion in consultation with town council and the town CAO and within the budget allocation of the town council. Therefore, be it resolved that the committee recommends that council accepts the training proposal from Canadian Equity Consulting at a price of $4,400 plus taxes for option 1, and further that staff be instructed to commence with the customized training for staff, council, and committees on DEI initiatives in line with recommendations from the committee. Do I have a mover on that? Councillor Magdalow moves, seconded by Deputy Mayor. Discussion? Councillor Capes?
And I apologize, I wasn't at the meetings to be involved in the conversation, but I wanted to understand, is there 25 people we need to reach, or is there 40 people we need to reach? And so, in looking at the options, this is the more expensive option. I just wanted to understand the rationale, if I could, very quickly.
Mike?
So yes, Councillor Capes, this gives us 2 3-hour sessions, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. And, sorry, I forget the exact numbers, but we're looking at 45 to 50 people that we'll take care of. That was the last meeting I misspoke.
Thank you. So that's the in-person and virtual option, right?
No,
Is that correct?
this is 100% in person.
Yeah, you can't do. 100% in person, okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else on this? Any opposed to the motion? Seeing none, motion carries. Next motion is, I really jumped ahead of myself. Whereas June is recognized as Pride Month in Canada and around the world as an opportunity to celebrate sexual diversity, promote equal rights, and build awareness of the challenges faced by the LGBTQ2S+ community, therefore be it resolved that the committee, and this is presumably the DEI committee, recommends that council raise the pride flag during the month of June. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Deputy Mayor Nix, seconded by Councillor Davey. Discussion? Elaine?
No, seconded by
Oh.
Councillor Magdalow.
Was it Magdalow? Okay, sorry. Councillor Magdalow. Discussion? Should I call it? Elaine, did you have anything, or you were trying to move it or second it?
I was putting up my hand to either move or second. So
Okay.
thank-
Okay. Any debate, discussion? Any opposed?
What's the point?
And we'll pretend we didn't hear that. The motion carries.
I didn't hear it.
It's okay.
Whatever it
It's
was.
all right. I shouldn't have said what I said. Anyways, the next one was the one I was trying to jump to. This is a report from Kim on the pickleball matter. Motion reads as follows, whereas pickleball provides an opportunity for both physical and social recreation, and whereas there's an increased demand for pickleball court playing hours, staff recommends that council consider the recommendation put forward by Mono's Recreational Advisory Committee to extend the court playing hours at Mono College Park to 10 o'clock daily. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Magdalow moves, seconded by Deputy Mayor. Discussion of Ralph?
Just a question, I was a bit surprised to see this because I thought this was probably a matter that you could make an executive decision on. You really need council to extend the hours.
Kim needs cover.
I preferred to bring this to council because of the possible impact on the residents surrounding the pickleball courts. I'm very happy to report that since the pickleball courts, we went from 2 tennis courts to 6 pickleball courts, 3 years ago, I guess it is now. We've not had any challenges regarding the noise output from the playing of pickleball, which is terrific. And so this was originally, the courts, the lights shut down at 9 p.m. in recognition of the proximity that we are to the neighbors. The Recreation Advisory Committee brought this to the agenda back in March, requesting that the hours be extended by 1 hour in order to accommodate those people that are not able to get to the courts as early in the evening as they'd like to. And so in response, that's a long way of my saying to you, I'm sorry, Councillor Mangtalo, I brought it to you just simply because if there was any feedback from the residents, I wanted council to be aware prior to it happening as opposed to after.
Thank you. You can say that the council's behind you. Sounds like a good idea.
Any, should I call the question? Anyone opposed to the recommendation, the motion?
I had a
Elaine?
question, Your Worship.
Go ahead, Elaine.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to understand why we wouldn't want to implement a consistent time cutoff across all of our playing areas. Is it because we're taking into nuance the communities that they're situated in? Like, it just seems like if we said they all stopped at 9 p.m. or all stopped at 10 p.m., it would make it easier to manage and make it equitable. I don't know. That's just a question. I'm sure Kim has this all figured out.
We actually do take into account the locations of each of the courts, with the courts out in Lynn Gibson Park. Those lights go off in recognition of the time that we close the park, which is in continuity with the time that CVC closes the Island Lake Conservation Area. So we stick with that, so that's 9 p.m. Out at Mono Center, the lights go off at 11 p.m. in recognition of the amount of play with the Mono Tennis Club that goes on out there, plus the fact that it's not in a high-density neighborhood, those courts. And as I said originally at Mono College, it was 9 p.m., and now they're asking to extend to 10 p.m.
Okay. So the motion on.
Through you, Your Worship. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you. A motion on the floor. Any opposed to? Motion carries. Thank you, Kim. I have a motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda, moved by Councillor Mangtalo, seconded by Councillor Capes. Discussion of items on Schedule A. Who would like to go first? No, I'm not seeing. Oh, go ahead.
I have a couple of things I wanted to say. Just draw everybody's attention, because I don't know whether everybody reads all of the material detailed, in the town. The Recreation Advisory Committee minutes on number 2, talking about the pickleball workshop that's coming up in June. All Mono residents are encouraged to come on out and get some instruction and meet some people. If you haven't already joined the club or got your tag or whatever, it's a great opportunity coming up on the 13th of June. Right? Yep. Anybody have any other items they wanted to talk about? I wanted to comment on the minutes from the meetings of the DEI committee on the 3 and 4. Number 3 and 4, I wanted to ask, I know we're doing a lot of things, and we just committed to doing a lot of things. What is the county doing on this? There is reference in there in March to talking about the Deferred work plan, and so what is the county doing on this? It seems to me we're reinventing the wheel.
I should be able to speak to that, Melinda, but to be honest, without checking my notes, all I can say is I believe they're doing a lot, because
Right, so how can the town of Mono avail of all of that? Like, it seems duplicative to me.
I think that's actually a good point, which is why when the DEI committee was formed in Mono, I had reservations. My thought at the time was, why don't we just partner with the county? But it's a good question.
And so we're still going along, it seems, together here.
I honestly can't answer the question off the top of my head today.
I might provide a little thought there. That was a consideration when we drew up the terms of reference, and right in the terms of references that we have a cooperative relationship with the town, with the Deferred County, in a way that is productive for both of us. In fact, Sarah McRae is the touch person there at the county, and I've been in touch with her, and we're just trying to sort out a date that she will come and run over what the various programs that they're running are, so that we understand them, and we want to create a close relationship. She'll probably be coming in July.
Okay, so you're working on that. That's great. So the other, thank you. The other question that I wanted to ask that came up out of the minutes, and though we just passed a resolution, and like what, as I say, what's the point? But the idea of we've got some new staff coming, and we potentially will have some new counselors coming. What's the date on when we're planning on our education? We're going to do that right away now before everybody changes?
The goal was August, but we're still subject to Canadian Equity, the company.
Because I just wonder whether that might be, I know that it was poo-pooed that to put the climate action into a different time, space, and people is not a good idea. But I think this one might be actually a good idea to not forge ahead with spending the budget now on something that would potentially be more fruitful in that you've got people that you're educating for, a number of years going forward. Not to mention our new clerk and all that.
I would tend to agree with Melinda that maybe we should think about holding off until a new council is in place and new employees have joined.
Process-wise, you have a committee that worked to provide this and work with the consulting company, and I can take this direction back to the committee.
Well, because as you know, volunteer committee members are not necessarily changed just because there's a new council.
The committees will run till
The committee keeps
February.
going, right?
No.
Well, no, but it
Council-
keeps going until the new council sets it.
Well, the new council does two things. They decide if the committee should
Have a committee.
should have the
and-
committee and
who's on it.
And who's on it. They have to run new ads if they decide that they're
Right, but if you did
so you're
and
into March.
into March, and it's been pretty well decided unanimously that this is a fruitful thing for everybody and kind of a good feather to put in your cap that I had education. So just saying, you could be setting a date now in the advance, right? Like it doesn't. I'm not suggesting tabling it completely and then reinventing the whole discussion about it all again, because there has been a great deal of work done and so on. I just am wondering about pushing the date from August to, November.
We check to make sure pricing remains the same, right? So
I think it's worth the inquiry.
I have no problem inquiring with the committee.
Okay, anything else, Melinda?
I did have a couple of things, little snippy comments about the CBC. Nice to see they've got some money and their financials are up. and then the OAS, which we've already discussed. But the big one was 11. Congratulations for the recognition on the emergency preparedness, because I know that you guys have worked hard on that whenever it comes around that you've got to do things, and so that's nice to see. Congratulations.
Thank you. Ralph, anything?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay, and I'm fine. Elaine, anything on Schedule A? Anything further?
No, Your Worship, thank you very much.
Okay, reports of staff and council. Les, anything? Okay. Matt, anything? Kim, anything?
Just strictly, you'll notice Heritage Hallway is looking a little barren right now, but it is freshly painted. So the replacing, or not the replacing, but the rehanging of the heritage pictures along with the two new ones is underway, so that should be completed shortly.
Can I ask what the design is? Are we have two on top of each other, or?
Yeah, it's going to be a staggered design with 2 rows now, in anticipation that there could be more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mike and Cheyenne, anything?
Nothing for me, Your Worship.
Just further to Councillor Davies' notice of the 2025 compliance on emergency training, we actually became compliant yesterday for 2026. So staff and John participated in a training session yesterday that satisfied our 2026. And it's a slow fall because of the election.
Okay. Melinda, anything?
Nope.
Ralph? Fred? No. Elaine?
I'm looking forward to a Rosemont Fire Department meeting coming up soon.
We can get a date. If we can get a date.
Okay, and I have nothing. Notices of motion? Any notices of motion? Whew. In-camera matters? And
John, I can read it if you want.
Yeah, please do.
The council move into a closed meeting pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act, 2001, as amended at 1:41 p.m. for a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board.
Okay. And that's moved by Linda, seconded by Elaine. Any opposition? Seeing none, we go in camera.
We are back live.
Thank you. And Mike, the motion you'd like, is it simply to rise from an in-camera session?
So that we rise from in-camera session at 1:56 PM, and that staff proceed as directed.
Okay. And moved by Melinda, seconded by Elaine. Any opposed? The motion is carried. I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of Council of the Town of Mono in Session 10/2026, held on the 26th of May, 2026, that it be signed by the Mayor and Clerk and Deputy Clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Moved by Deputy Mayor and seconded by Elaine Capes. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion is carried. And finally, I have a motion that we adjourn this meeting at 1:58 PM. Moved by Melinda, seconded by Elaine. Any opposition? Seeing absolutely none, motion is carried.